Alrighty. Well, hello there, folks. This is Dr. Dino here once again with another creation. Well, I'm supposed to be streaming with Mark Reed right now, but he isn't responding to me on Discord, so hopefully he'll get back to me soon and we can actually, you know, double stream. But until then, that's already 8 minutes in. Might as well go ahead and get started. So, for those of you who've seen the thumbnail, this is a farewell to Kent. This is the last time I'm going to be addressing him, at least for a bit. Who knows? Might come back someday, but for now, nah. I'm kind of bored of Kent, honestly. Doesn't say anything new, but lucky enough, standing for truth here, decided to give a big old video on the scientific evidence for young Earth creation. And I figured it'd be a good opportunity to. Oh, wait, we have a Mark.
Hello.
Hello.
And hello. How you doing? How you doing?
Bad. We are live on my end.
Just making sure.
Camera is gone. And if you are talking, Mark, I cannot hear you.
Hello.
And you're back.
Oh dear. I don't think. Oh. I don't think I can select my stream to stream this to. Ooh, that's not great. That's not great. No, I can't select the stream to stream to. Oh dear.
I mean, you could, I guess, copy your description. And
Yeah,
stuff
I'm
over
going
to
to.
StreamYard.
Yeah.
Dear. Well, can hold off on explaining stuff to the chat.
Yeah. Okay. So what do I have to do to make this work? Oh my god, this is just oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Oh boy, stream this. Now what do I want to do? I want to edit that. Grab that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you were there? Tell me more. Oh, I hope you had fun. These folks are not too much fun to listen to.
Oh, they're great. You take that back. They're fantastic.
Well, Donnie can be pleasant. Matt thinks he knows things when he's an empty trash can. And Kent's not much better. Yeah, I recently decided to listen to Gutsick Gibbon read through their book on human evolution, and it is frighteningly awful. Like they left hyperlinks in a book, like a textbook. I'm not kidding.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad. That is bad.
Like no proofreading or anything, just oy vey. Oh yeah, Matt did indeed lie about being published on +1.
Wait, he lied about being published on +1?
Yep. He said he was. He's never published anything on there. Ah, dear. Ah, it looks like your stream is up.
Yep. I just got it up. I'm just directing people over there because I'm an amateur that can't do their job properly. So I'm directing everybody to this stream. I will have to edit it. Thank you so much for putting up with me. I thought that would work. It did not work. It certainly did not work. So yeah, there's that. But that's okay.
Fine.
That's okay.
Oh, well.
Things are. I see some people. I'm gonna have to. So I really do apologize. I was trying to get my OBS sorted out, and then I do you see the overlay that I've got going? I'm trying to play around with overlays at the moment, so all of this is being done on the fly.
I do not. Oh, there's an overlay on your
My screen, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Here I can. There we go.
I tell you, mate. I should not be a graphic designer ever. I'm too bad at it. I'm terrible at it. Where's the thumbnail that I made? I'm so proud of that thumbnail. I thought it was hilarious when I was doing it this morning. I just enjoyed it so much. I gotta say, there it is.
Well, I will. I will say, for tonight, you're going to be addressing Kent Hovind's best evidence for young Earth creationism. Apparently,
The
this is the
best,
start of a series that they are starting.
the best ever.
Yep. And this is the last I'm gonna address Kent Hovind for a while, because he's boring as shit. But this is a
Well,
nice condensed version of all the crap he
it
gets wrong.
should be fun. I mean, it's always fun to see sort of Uncle Kent go on about something he's got no idea about. Why is there still people on my other live stream? Oh, hang on a sec. Let me see.
It is fun to dunk on him, but
Viewers, excellent, excellent.
maybe I've just been listening to a few too many of his debates.
Yeah, I really apologize to everybody. I thought that would work. It did not work. It so did not work. I'll just delete forever, and it never happened. It never happened. Just make sure I'm deleting the right one. Okay, I'm set.
The
Okay,
internet is a
sorry. I'm so
confusing
sorry.
series of tubes.
Oh, you can't really see that. Oh, that's okay. Let's just get rid of it. And yeah, cheers. Oof.
Yep. Like I alluded to earlier, we have an all-star panel. We have Donnie
Ooh.
standing for truth. We have
And
Raw Matt, his co-host, and Dr. Kent the Science Chat,
Dr. Kent Water.
who deserves to have doctor in his title less than I do.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's a shocker, absolute shocker. And sort of, I flicked through this. I didn't watch all of it. I flicked through it, and it is appalling how confidently they peddle misinformation. Just how confidently they sort of say, "Hey, this is how it works," and then give the most ridiculous stuff that you've ever heard.
Yeah, but to be fair, that is their bread and butter. It's what they do. They are
Indeed,
confident men.
indeed. Well, do you want to start this running? We're going to see the circus come to town.
Yep, I'm gonna have it on well, I'll have it on, I think, 1.25 to start, and we'll see how things go, because it is nearly an
Yeah,
hour and a half.
yeah.
And go.
Welcome to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie, and this is my co-host, Matt. We are here with Dr. Ken Hovind to answer the question, what is the evidence for young Earth creation?
Donnie and I are going to be talking with Kent Hovind because that's a very important question. And Kent is going to be answering that question in the form of a presentation. And after his presentation, Donnie and I are going to be asking Kent several questions on the age of the Earth related. We want this to be a go-to.
Yep, so Kent's gonna do his spiel, and then they ask questions. That is the format. And I'm still shocked that Matt's audio is somehow worse than mine, and he's been doing this for like 5 or more years.
Video for all of those that are interested in the amazing evidence for young Earth creation, all in under an hour.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to this. Kent, how you doing today, brother?
Hey, God's good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good.
Amen. I hear you. You know, before we get started, Kent, did you know that there's people out there who believe they're related to strawberries and mosquitoes?
Oh, I debate them all the time. Related to a potato, related to a ladybug. Yeah. They really believe it.
They do, brother.
I think some of
And
them
we're
might
here
too.
to help them.
Yeah.
Okay, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you for a presentation on what is the scientific evidence for young Earth creation. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, brother. My name is Kent Hovind. I taught high school science and math 15 years, and I've been a Baptist.
You did not. You taught in Sunday school. That's not a valid
Yeah.
school, Kent. Not a valid
Yeah,
school.
and he has no qualifications for teaching at all. That's the thing.
Nope.
Like he just basically, he could probably get something on education for sort of learnt experience, but yeah, he's not in any way any kind of educator.
And let me see, just double checking, what are his qualifications? At least according to him. He apparently has a doctorate, a couple
mean he's
doctorates, I think.
Accredited or non-accredited?
What he says he has. Doesn't he say he was gifted a doctorate?
Well, there is no way any institution would give him an honorary doctorate. That is never going to happen.
Yep. Let's see here. Yep, he has a PhD from Patriot Bible University, a trailer out in the middle of nowhere that peddles out degrees for $2,000. Wow. He has a PhD in Christian education. Or, well, wait. Oh, no,
Yeah,
this
but
is
it's in
all for his
quotes.
first.
It's Christian education. Like, if they're putting quotes around it, it's not real.
Doctorate of Biblical Ministry. Okay.
Is also from Patriot, yeah, so that's not accredited.
Yeah, he's not just a fraud, he is a convicted fraud.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And it wasn't
Yeah.
like he says, oh, it wasn't structuring. There was actually multiple charges. It wasn't just structuring. It was also withholding tax payments from his employees because they were deemed to be employees and not volunteers in a church ministry. So it's kind of, he was just more sort of running a scam where he was profiting himself from the work of others, of his volunteers, and not paying them, even though he was quite clearly running a business.
Yep.
Because he never applied for a church exemption, a religious exemption.
Yep, and apparently, at least from what I've heard, the way he runs his dinosaur Adventureland now isn't exactly much better. Just about everyone there is a volunteer, and they get paid nothing for doing a day full of backbreaking labor, which, yeah, that sounds like something Kent would do.
He takes in a lot of people who are sort of down on their luck and looking for a place to stay. So in a sense, I feel like, yeah, they have a place to stay, but really it seems exploitative to me that he's going, oh, but I gave you a place to stay, and you also got them working for you, and sort of if you were doing it with sort of the expectation there, then you're really exploiting those people. Why don't you give people a place to stay without having to build up your dinosaur park? And you should either be running a business or doing some sort of, rehabilitation for people that are down on their luck. You shouldn't be trying to do both and incorporate one into the other to make profit. That isn't, that's just exploiting people.
Yeah. Let's just say he's not a great person, and he is good at lying to gullible people, though.
And he has been convicted of domestic violence. He's
True.
trying to overturn it. I believe that appeal is this month, but he has been convicted, which is why I generally don't debate him. If he does get acquitted or if he wins his appeal, at a certain point you have to give people like a chance to prove themselves, but I think very little of the man. I think that he.
Mhm.
I have trouble believing that he's doing anything for other people, and I think more of his concerns is himself. I think that
Yeah.
he's a tax protester. He doesn't like contributing to society. He loves to, sort of say all he's done for Christians, but society's more than just Christians.
Mhm.
And he has such a low opinion of everybody else in society. It's sort of, well, yeah.
Yeah, and he's also not just against evolutionary biology, he's against a lot of science, like
Oh yeah, yeah,
vaccines
absolutely.
and medicine.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So just a lovely person all round.
Mhm. And also, sorry, I've been reading through his Rational Wiki page, and they have a section titled "Little Red Riding Hovind in the Big Bad IRS"
Right,
about
right.
his tax evasion. That's great.
Yeah. So there's certain individuals, not going to name any other names like who think that the law doesn't apply to them and thinks that if they just basically say enough, the law won't apply to them. And I like it when that turns out not to be true. I think it's great when that turns out when the law applies to people like Kent who want to say, I didn't do anything wrong when clearly he did.
Oh, I forgot he's a sovereign citizen. Oh,
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, we could do a whole stream just on the crazy and terrible things this
And of
man has
course he's
done.
on Rumble because that's where you find all really, really good scientists is on Rumble.
Yep.
Preacher 49 years, and I believe the Bible is true. As a brand new Christian, as a teenager, I gave my heart to the Lord, started reading my Bible like you're supposed to if you're saved. And I came across the dates in Genesis chapter 5. It says Adam was 130 when Seth was born, and Seth was 105 when his son was born. And so I made a chart. Didn't make it then, I made it more recently, but you can add up the dates in the Bible. They're found in Genesis 5. Adam was 130 when his son was born, and the dates are all given in Genesis 5. After the flood of Noah, the dates are given again in Genesis 11, and you can take it all the way up to Joseph. If you add up the numbers in the Bible, it comes to about 6,000 years old for the age of the earth. Well, I went to high school. I was in college first couple of years. I was taught the earth is billions of years old. Somebody's wrong. There's a difference between thousands and billions. Congress doesn't know that, but there is a difference. Okay, we do a lot of stuff on Rumble, on YouTube.
I'm not sure what that was referencing.
No, I don't know what either. Is it maybe his lawsuit where he's trying to get millions back from the government? Like he sued the government for millions, and he says it's
I
still
think
going,
he
but it
is
hasn't.
actually,
It's
yeah.
failed completely. No, it failed completely. Like it just, yeah. But he says it's still going, and he needs money to continue the fight, kind of thing. Because yeah,
Mhm. And I also love how he clicked away from that and immediately all his socials just highlight. Snazzy. Oh, and you have a membership, Mark.
yeah. Thank you so much, Robin.
Huzzah.
Robin is awesome. Thank you so much, Robin. And who got it? Do we know who got it? I
Doesn't
like to say who got it,
for me.
just so I can. Ah, it was Sumami. There you go.
Hey,
Sumami.
nice. See, Robin is is she the milk trucker?
Yes, she is the milk mistress. The milk mistress of Americana.
Genesis Baptist Church channel, and
Honestly, I would call it a
website,
milkmaid,
drdino.com.
but I think that's technically inaccurate, so I won't. Not to sort of,
Little bit.
cast aspersions on you, Robin.
Yeah.
Here's to put it in perspective. They're claiming that the earth is billions of years old. Well, it's about 3,000 miles across America, okay, from California to Boston. Let's let each mile be 1.5 million years. Each mile.
Okay, weird, but sure.
1.5 million years. The timeline shows 4.5 billion years, the supposed age of the earth. Every foot that you walk across America represents 285 years. It takes 24 years to go 1 inch.
Okay.
See, these numbers get lost in the human mind. So that's a long walk, right?
No, it doesn't.
285
Like,
You've just explained it. How is it lost?
yeah,
Like, just because you can't comprehend things of that scale doesn't mean nobody can. And yeah, it's
Oh,
difficult.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure what he's going to lead this into is they use big numbers to confuse people. That's a common talking point of his. And just hearing him talk about it like that has me tempted to bring up the Carl Sagan quote about the timeline of Earth,
Yeah.
which, if you've never looked it up, folks, please do. It's actually a really cool quote. All of human history is in the last 3 seconds of the calendar of Earth. It's nutty.
5 years per foot. It'll take 572 million years to get across South Dakota. When you finally get to Boston, here you are, Boston. Here's a street in Boston where the line ends in 2023. Columbus discovered America in 1492.
Yes.
Jesus died 28 AD. Moses' flood
Okay.
about 4,400 years ago. The creation about 4,000 years ago. This all fits going across the crosswalk. These lines that they have all the way across billions of years is pure baloney. It's imagination.
You can
But they
do that on the map of America. You could just say, "Hey, the eastern." What are you talking about?
That's argument ad Americana. What the hell?
You could just basically put, oh well, halfway along is 28. Jesus died at 28. You can put like at the end it's 2023. You can do the same with the map of America. It's called scale. All you're doing is scaling differently, Kent. That's all you're doing. Wow.
And I guess that would mean Jesus died in Illinois?
So did you know that you can't make it across America because it's just too damn big? Did you know that? Did you know that you can't comprehend traveling across America because your mind can't comprehend? What is wrong with this man? Like, seriously. Oh, God. It's like big number scary. Big number.
Yeah. And if he was a flat earther, he'd use the earth for this.
He'd probably be talking about how we're traveling at, 200,000 kilometers a second, kind of thing. We're spinning at 200,000 kilometers a second and stuff. Yeah, Jake, tell me you don't understand scale without telling me you don't understand scale. Yep.
Yeah.
Need billions of years for their religion. They say the Earth began as a hot ball of rock. Well, that'd be way off our chart, clear back over there in Oregon. So we talk about the age of the Earth. The Scripture, I believe the Scripture.
Here, wait. I thought Kent hated flat earthers.
He does. He does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard him call them stupid a lot.
He does, yes. But they use essentially the same arguments. They use the same arguments, like you said, that the argument from sort of inconceivable number. Sort of, so if I can't conceive of this number and I can't keep it in my mind, then it can't be true. That's not an argument. That's just you saying that you can't, you have no imagination, or you haven't been taught to imagine large numbers. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like billions of years. Well, it's 4.6 billion, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, roughly. So, you can comprehend a million. That was the tax bill. So just times that by 1,000 and then 4 times, 4.6 times. There you go. Now you can comprehend it.
Oh, dear.
Scripture's true. And our job, one of our Christians' job, is to be ready to give an answer. So how do you defend the Bible on scientific aspect or the biblical aspect of the age of the Earth?
It says in meekness and fear. It says in meekness and fear. Is that something that Kent does? Yeah, that's 1 Peter 3:15. I think it is. So basically,
what you were going for.
Yeah, well, it says always give the reasons for your faith, but do so a reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and fear. Is that what Kent does? Would you describe him as being meek and fearful? No. So it's great that you brought up on screen exactly, what you're not doing, Kent. That's great. That's fantastic. I love it.
Also, that face. Oh, that face would have made for an okay thumbnail.
Ooh. That's what he does when he can't comprehend a number. Ooh.
How do you defend the Bible on scientific aspect or the biblical aspect of the age of the earth? Okay, let me get up here if you want to support our ministry. That's all that stuff.
I
Right.
bet if he had $4.6 billion, he'd comprehend that pretty easily, right? Like, I bet he'd suddenly gain comprehension of $4.6 billion if he had that many dollars.
Yeah. So wait, that's Lennox? I didn't realize he hadn't moved there very far. Huh.
Alabama, if you want to come visit us, straight north of Pensacola, come on down. DAL, spelled out with the cars there. Dinosaur Adventureland. In the beginning. Well, no, wait a minute. When was that? How old is the earth? The evolution religion requires billions of years, and you have to believe the animals can change to a different kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen a human and a bird being related, but they believe that, and reptiles and ladybugs. This is called imagination. This is propaganda. This is not science. This is a chart where they do lines on paper. They got them all related back to a common ancestor. Here.
Yeah,
and
the map's
age of
just
the universe.
lines on paper as well. This is the thing that gets me. It's like, you ever use a map? That's lines on paper. It's a diagram that shows something in reality. That's the thing. It's not just lines on paper. We have evidence to back this up.
And I mean, his
A map's
charts,
just
like his PowerPoint's just lines on a screen.
Yeah, well, it's just scribbles on a screen. And evolution's got a lot more support for it than Kent's absolute crock of crap that he puts on his thing here.
Is a topic of debate among astronomers.
No, his arguments never do change. Never.
Oh, can you highlight Robin using her super chat, her member chat? Sorry, Hovind is a troll in humanity. Happy to see you all. So happy to see you, Robin. And have one of these.
Oh, for those who don't know, it's a thing in Mark's chat.
Yeah, it's the thing in the chat.
Yeah. It says 13.82 billion years old. Well, then a couple months ago, they said, no, it's 26.7. They doubled the age of the earth just with one article.
No, that says universe. That's not age of the earth, dude. That's universe. You're not even it's on the screen behind you, sir. You're not reading it right. The age of the earth hasn't changed. It's universe.
And also, I know this is based on something I just haven't looked into it. I don't know anything about that new claim.
I think it's new data from the James Webb. They've sort of said, hey, but see, the thing is, when you say new research has put it, it means that someone's made a paper, made a case for it. It may not have even gone through peer review. There's problems with the sensationalist if someone comes out with something new. But yeah, we expected to find, hey, the James Webb's going to open us up to seeing a lot more of the universe. This is what we're doing. But you're basically saying, hey, the universe is 4,000 years old, and we know that's not correct. Like that is not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking, seeing if I can find the original publication. But it looks like the 26.7 is a calculation by a professor at University of Ottawa.
Yeah, new devised model. Okay. Well, I mean, it's interesting, but I don't see yeah, so the James Webb Space Telescope, 300 mil maturity. Yeah.
And I mean, like, if we discover that the universe is older than we thought, then the universe is older than we thought. Like, we know we don't have all the data.
At one point, we thought that the Earth was like 1 million years old. That was the first sort of real scientific estimate. It was like 1 million years old. That turned out not to be true. It was a lot older than that.
I think it was a few tens of millions, but I could be wrong.
I think the first geologists thought it was a lot lower than that. I think it was
okay.
like Lord
So-
Kelvin, I think, put it at a millions kind of thing. Yeah, here we go. So Lord Kelvin put it at 20 mil and 400. Yeah, you're right. So 20 and 400 million, which is still way off.
So that, if I recall, that was Kelvin's estimate before radioactivity was discovered.
Correct, yes.
But a contemporary, Charles Lyell, did estimate a few 100 million years based on sedimentation rates
Right.
that he observed. Which, I mean, like within an order of magnitude, that's not bad.
Who was radiometric dating? Was that Rutherford, Ernest Rutherford, that started that off?
I don't know.
He was the first one to sort of start.
It was
on
Ernest Rutherford.
Quantum fluctuations and things like that. He was actually really cool.
Yeah. Google saying Ernest Rutherford.
Yeah, he's the one that worked out the wave particle duality, I believe, that light travels as both a particle and a wave, I think. Yeah, it's absolutely horrendous that we're in like 2023 and they still think the Earth is 6,000 years old. It's like it's so ignorant. I mean, like seriously,
It is
so ignorant.
At the same time, I am happy that they are a vanishingly small minority.
Well, that's true, yes.
And like the last stronghold seems to be in America, which
Seems to be standing for truth. Seems to be Donnie's channel exclusively.
Like, maybe the South had a point when they wanted to secede. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe you should. No, but that would have left a lot of people in slavery, and we can't have that. So, no, you did the right thing. You did the right thing. Maybe just take all the slaves out of there to the north and then let them secede. Maybe that's the best thing to do.
Got another 13 billion years. See, the pacifier that keeps the atheist from crying is time.
That's
if you ask them, how can an amoeba turn to a whale? Well, give it enough time. That doesn't work. Give them.
This man is 70 years old.
Uh-huh.
God damn.
Yeah.
Like
and playing with pacifiers, yeah.
Yeah, my little sisters are more mature than him.
Mm-hmm.
I know loud.
More time. That's what keeps them happy. They think time will solve it. Yeah, let's add millions of years. If that doesn't work, add billions.
Oh. Yeah, bingo there, Jordan. Once you figure out they lied to you about one thing, the rest tumbles down.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I just like I don't mind people being religious. That's fine, but Kent's actively peddling wrong information and then being a child about it, like this. It's sort of, that's just wrong.
Like that's specifically what I mean, because like you can be religious and still believe in science. Like we have friends who do that, but like Kent's brand of actively denying science and calling it stupid and saying there's no evidence for it, then people actually go out there and they learn the evidence. It tends to cause a few other dominoes to fall.
Billions of years. That'll solve the problem. Billions of years. This whole thing about the age of the earth, I think, is a critical issue that we need to get settled in on. Jesus said, have you not read? He which made them at the beginning, made them male and female. That was the beginning. Adam and Eve. By the way, it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Okay.
A little bit.
So Jesus said that was the beginning.
It just has to have some homophobia in there, right? Just have to have the homophobia. Holy crap.
I don't think he's gone into that yet.
He just said it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Them male and female. That was the beginning. Adam and Eve. By the way, it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
I did not catch that. You're right. Huh.
Yeah. Homophobic comments.
Of course. Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
So Jesus said that was the beginning. Mark 10:6. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. Jesus said the beginning was when he made Adam and Eve, and he's the one who did it, so he ought to know. And the Bible says nothing died until man sinned. Man.
And we know he's God because this book says he's God, and the book says you can trust it because.
Oh, that ironclad argument. Well, if it was God and God tells the truth, it must be the truth because it's God that said it. Like, it's just like, that's a circular argument. That is like the most circular argument. It's true because God said it, and because God said it, it's true. That's the argument. Wow.
And that's what almost all of his arguments fall back to when they're not just calling science stupid.
Brought death into the world. According to evolution, death brought man into the world. Complete opposite, okay? In the beginning, Jesus said that was the beginning. Bible says nothing died till man sinned. Bible says in 6 days, the Lord made everything. Everything. 6 days. And the first man was Adam. And Eve was the mother of all living. I mean, the Bible could not be more clear. If you add up the Bible dates, 130 from Adam to Seth, and then Seth was 105, Enos was 90. You could just add up the dates, make a chart, put all the numbers together, or buy one of my charts for whatever they are, $10 on the website.
Buy one of my charts. I might DVDs.
Oh, of course.
Add it up yourself. No, don't do that. Buy my chart. Give me money.
You dishonest bastard. Come on.
He just gets
the Bible clearly teaches.
Hovind gets more and more transparent every single year, like both physically and mentally. You know, like.
I mean, I think he's just like he knows his following is dwindling and he's getting desperate. It's just been a slow motion train wreck for the last 30 years, or at least the last 20.
That's funny.
After the flood, I mean, the Bible teaches the earth is 6,000 years old. When you look at stalactite formations in caves, cave formations could have all been formed in less than 4,400 years. We covered that on my video number 1.
No, they cannot. Okay,
we can measure the rate that stalactites and stalagmites form, right? Like,
and especially in like colder areas, like up in the northern U.S., they form growth lines like trees do, and you can just count them. Because, like, guess what doesn't flow in the winter? Water. I was a tour guide in a cave system last summer. We had I think it was a stalagmite in that cave that was estimated to be at least 8,000 years old. So, sorry, Kent. Oh. It was a super chat from Big Bad Mama.
Ooh. Mark, Big Bad Mama, thank you so much for $3. I know that's going to cost you a roller. Mark, I bought you a Hovind timeline chart. Oh, you beautiful bastard. That is so good. I like. I think I can make my own though. I think I'm capable of that somehow.
And I mean, if you do want to buy one of his, just buy it off eBay so he doesn't get any more money.
That's true.
I don't know, screen cap it when he puts it up on screen and then print it out.
Of my creation seminar series, different scientific ways, and I'll do more detail if you'd like when you come to this, guys. Sorry, baby. Stalactites, you can't have billions of years. Cave formation says only a few thousand. The Earth has a magnetic field, but it's getting weaker.
Not how the magnetic field works, Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, there are no magnetic reversals. Don't fall for that
his
one.
Camera
Get my video number 6 for more on that. So you can't have magnetic field to help you with your pacifier to believe the Earth is old. Oceans are gaining salt every day. Mineral salts wash into the ocean with the river.
No, the oceans do not gain saline that fast. Or their salinity doesn't go up that fast, Kent.
And the evaporation takes out just the water. 30% salt in some places. They could have gone from fresh water to 3.6% salt where they are now. in less than 5,000 years. Why aren't the oceans saltier? You can't have ocean salt to pacify you. The moon is going around the Earth, but the moon's getting further away.
Oh, the moon.
The moon's leaving us an inch and a half a year.
Yeah, it was contact of the Earth. Yeah, so do you know how the moon was formed? So-called Dr. Hovind.
Well, you see,
Moon was
God put
formed-
the moon in the sky above the
Oh,
firmament.
God, above or below the firmament, whichever works for the narrative I'm telling at the time. No, it was Thea that hit the Earth. So yes, at one point the moon did contact the Earth. Now, if the moon flies outwards, it had a certain amount of velocity on it. It traveled in a vector away. So that chunk of the Earth, when Earth was molten, traveled away. Now, the thing about gravity is the further you go away from the mass, the less it actually works on that thing. So yes, the moon probably, or certainly did slow down as it got thrown away from the Earth. That's not in any way unusual. That's not in any way like, oh, how did it? No, I don't understand.
Yeah, and also, okay, Kent, let's go with your model. Okay, we still have over 1 billion years. Thanks, Kent.
Mhm.
Like, the,
Yeah.
This poses a slight issue for us. It's a much bigger issue for you.
I love how he used the Earth to cover up the BYA for billions of years. Like, I love how he's put that there so you can't see that it was billions of years.
Yep.
1.6 inches. Well, that means it used to be closer. You go back in time, and the moon and Earth would snap together. 1.4 billion years ago. Why are they saying it's 4.6 billion? The moon says can't be. I'm sorry, you can't have the moon to help you. Human population growth curve shows that our human population started 4,400 years ago.
No.
Yeah, this is terrible. Absolutely terrible.
That's not how exponential growth works, Kent.
Yeah. And I bet you didn't factor in there like the Spanish flu killing off 1/3 of the population, I believe it was.
Was it like 200 million?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was absurd.
It wiped out more than 50 million people worldwide. Yeah,
Not as much as I
33%
thought,
of
but
the
still,
world
damn.
population at the time. Yeah, so there was a estimated 500 million people globally, and it killed about 50 million people. So 1/3 of the world's population dropped dead at that point. So bet you didn't factor that one in, did you, Kent? Because I don't see a dip in your graph there, mate.
Yeah, and yeah, nothing for the Black Death either. That was pretty big.
So that's sort of, you're taking the average growth and you're being very simplistic about it. Oh, well, I'm going to take the average growth and just sort of work backwards. The thing about exponential numbers is that it doesn't really matter that much sort of what timeline you're doing it on. And I mean, I love how it goes to like 160,000 years BC there. I mean, that's just great. That's just fantastic.
Also, maybe it's just because I like to do, and I like science, but I feel like world population growth, it's better to show it as like a logarithmic scale. Like
Yeah.
it looks nice and it's less abrupt.
Yeah.
And I like logarithmic scales.
No, and it's way more accurate, yes.
Yeah. Oh wow, the time is on a logarithmic scale too. That's interesting.
Yep.
So I guess our population is more or less flatlined in the last, well, at least from 2000. Interesting.
When 8 people got off of Noah's Ark. But the evolution charts have it going back dead level for 160,000 years.
Yeah.
Nobody could figure out how to make babies for 160,000 years.
No, they all freaking died, Ken. You idiot. You absolute idiot. The mortality rate a while ago was way higher than it is now. They could figure out how to make babies. It's just a large percentage of the babies didn't make it to adulthood. Wow.
Like, what was it? Like 200 to 300 years ago, the average mortality rate for women per pregnancy was like 20 to 25% per pregnancy.
Yeah.
And like 60% of your kids aren't going to make it to their 10th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
They have a better chance after that. But up to that point, like,
Yeah.
you're losing a lot of kids. And crying out loud. As technology advanced, the human population went up because we could better support people.
Guys, I've seen some real dumb
Not
people figure
hard.
that out. Okay. I'm sorry, you can't have the human population. The oldest cities in the world all fit well within the Bible dates. Oldest languages.
No, it doesn't.
Ice cores. Yeah, they drill through the ice at North Pole and South Pole, and they count ice.
No, they do not.
Ice
We have
core
them going
dating
back
shows that
nearly
the
a
ice
million.
Yeah. I think 800,000 is the largest ice core sample.
Yep, 800,000 years in Antarctica.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, yeah, they do it in the North Pole, but they also do ice core sampling on active glaciers as well as inactive. Like, they might go back less time, but that's only because they only want those dates. So, yeah, what you're looking at there, see that black band? That's probably the Industrial Revolution.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Although I do know with ice cores, you usually try to get less active glaciers.
Yeah, you can't do it on active glaciers. Active glaciers melt and refreeze completely, so it's useless.
Yeah, or at least a lot more than others.
Mm.
And see if I can find a good chart here. Oh, come on, that... Google, please. Yep. So here are global temperatures as recorded in a Greenland ice core over the last roughly 10,000 years.
Hmm.
Pretty neat.
Yeah.
Although, that said, it's I think this is a bit of an old graph because it's climbing back up again.
Oh, yeah.
Sad.
Ice cores. We covered that in great detail in video number 1. Ice cores show less than 5,000 years. Okay, can't have
No,
ice.
they don't.
Niagara Falls is eroding backwards, breaks the rocks off the edge and moves.
Pretty sure Niagara Falls, we can trace it back to the end of the last ice age.
Right.
And it does go back far down the river, but yep, about the end of the last ice age. So no, sorry, Kent, you failed. They started growing after the glaciers pulled back.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter that much. Even if something has been eroding for the last 4,000 years, it doesn't mean that the Earth is 4,000 years old. It just means that that geological structure could be young. Like, there's some young geological structures, like in the Hawaiian Islands, for instance, where there's extrusions of lava and magma that are creating geological formations. They could be younger. Doesn't mean the Earth's that age, Ken, because you don't know how geology works. You have no idea.
Yeah. Or like I was born when my mom was 22 years old. She existed before I was born.
Yeah.
Back. You can see where it was in 1764, then eroded back in 1819, keeps moving back. Erosion of Niagara Falls shows it's less than 40.
You know, it is cool how our understanding of geology and engineering has allowed us to stabilize Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
So now it only moves back, I think it's less than a meter per year. Compared to like 10 to 20.
3,500 years old. Can't have Niagara Falls. So on my seminar, I cover probably
can I
30
ask a
different scientific
question?
indicators.
Yeah.
Why is Kent putting up a picture of a semi-naked young man with a dummy?
Because he has a pacifier and he's pulling
I-
away our evolutionist pacifiers.
Kent, do you like the sexy boys? Is that what's going on?
Here,
I
let's see
think
if
he
we can-
does. I think he likes the young men sucking on pacifiers for a reason. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just a giant pacifier.
Uh-huh. I think Kent's thinking of something else when he looks at that. Yeah, it's just Kent, dude. Just come out. You know, it's okay. You can tell everybody about your second marriage with Matt Powell. It's fine. It's fine. No one cares.
Just like, and just for the record, before someone says it, if he was gay, good for him. Don't care. It's the fact that he's so blatantly homophobic that makes it funny.
That's what. Yeah,
like with
that's
any other religious figure or politician.
Well, it's amazing how often homophobic people do turn out to be gay. It's incredible, really. Like,
there's a definite correlation. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't hate yourself. Just be free. Just be free. Be human. Just like human girl. Hey, human girl. I'm sorry, Archer. I'm sorry.
So, sorry, I just decided to look up a correlation between homophobia and being gay. And the first result, only the homophobic men showed an increase in erection to male homosexual stimuli.
Could you link me that? That's too funny not to have on link somewhere.
Sure, I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah, Earl, I'm with you. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. Absolutely.
Oh.
I'm sorry, you can't have the moon to help you. Human population growth curve shows that our human population started 4,400 years ago when 8 people got off of Noah's Ark. But the evolution charts have it going back dead level for.
You know, if we want to go with that, Kent, then why is the Y chromosome Adam so much older than that? Like a lot older than that?
Hell, the Y chromosome and what am I thinking of? The other one, the mitochondrial DNA is a lot older.
Mitochondrial leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at that chart. We got to 2000 AD, and for some unknown reason, about in the late second millennium, sorry, so 1900 or so, suddenly the birth rate spiked for some reason. What could have possibly happened, Ken? What could have possibly happened about that time?
Well, it can't be vaccination or medication. Like penicillin never happened. We didn't have massive advances in agriculture due to our understanding of genetics. Oh, and according to Gonna Go For It, apparently some ex-DAL members say that he did have an affair with Steve, the tech guy. Wouldn't be surprised.
In years? Wait a minute. Nobody could figure out how to make babies for 160,000 years? Guys, I've seen some real dumb people figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, you can't have the human population.
We learned how to make
oldest
babies.
cities in
We
the
just
world.
couldn't figure out how to keep them alive. That's all. And somewhere in the late sort of first millennium, the second millennium, we worked out a whole load about how to keep people alive. It's called medicine.
Yep.
Kent, ever heard of it?
We also learned to stop giving babies heroin as a sleep aid. Because that was a thing.
Yeah.
All fit well within the Bible dates. Oldest languages.
And okay, sorry, Ken. Yes, some of our oldest examples of writing are roughly like 3 to 4,000 BCE. Roughly. that's also when we actually start getting cities and large amounts of people congregating and people being able to do things other than just hunt and gather for their entire lives.
Right.
And we do also have things like cave art that go back over 100,000 years, but you don't accept that because
It's Bible. Because Bible, let's face it.
Yeah.
All of this is
For-
just post hoc rationalization. It's just finding excuses as to why your original presupposition that the Bible's true is correct. It's just post hoc.
on a just a little fun fact for everyone that I learned from Guts at Gibbon recently, because I've decided to go on a binge on her channel for some reason. She's
Oh,
got a
why
lot
not?
of great
Yeah,
stuff,
absolutely. Yeah.
but there are enough stone tools in Africa alone that Noah and his family and all of their descendants could have spent every moment of their entire lives just making stone tools, and there wouldn't be enough. There's
Yeah, I can
that
believe
many
that.
in Africa
Yeah.
alone.
Well, they go back further than we think. Like, we originally thought it was sort of Homo habilis, but there's some evidence, I'm not sure how much, that Australopithecus what is it?
Sediba.
Sediba might have.
Yep.
And so it may actually go back a bit further than we think.
I have actually heard it might go back even further because apparently we have some evidence that paranthropines, so
Wow.
Paranthropus, also use stone tools.
Wow.
And to be fair, that is just stone tools. Even just
Yes.
chimpanzees today use wooden tools all the
Correct.
time, and they make them.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So who knows how far that goes back? And actually, that is something we can see sort of in human history, because there is an area in the old world that has very few stone tools. Any
Yeah.
guesses where it is?
Very few stone tools. Would it be sort of the desert areas of China and places like that?
No, it
Like
is
Gobi?
Southeast Asia, where there's a
Oh,
ton of bamboo, which
yeah,
is
okay, that's
lighter,
fair. Yeah,
easier to make, but still very
mhm.
durable.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I was thinking
Yeah.
sort of Gobi Desert. You're probably right. Yeah, yeah. And it's not very rocky terrain. It's very jungle. Because I was going to say Amazon because it is jungle, but then I remembered that, hey, the Mayans were there and the jungle. They used a lot of stone tools, obsidian and
Yeah,
things like that. So,
I did say old world too.
oh, did you? I missed that. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, it is neat. Just it's neat.
Ice cores. Yeah, they drill through the ice at North Pole and South Pole, and they count ice cores. We covered that in great detail in video number 1. Ice cores show less than 5,000 years. Okay, can't have ice cores to help. Niagara Falls is eroding backwards, breaks the rocks off the edge and moves back.
Or
okay? On my seminar, I told you these probably 30 different scientific indicators.
I'm not sure if he's repeating himself or what, because I could have sworn
Yeah.
he just went over that.
The record skipped, maybe. Maybe it's because we rewound it to see something. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
What the
Cannot
Bible
be billions of years old. So if I told you these big balls.
What? Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, it's just because the Bible says so. It's essentially all of his evidence. And then he sort of just makes excuses as to why the actual evidence doesn't fit his Bible account.
Ballpoint pens are 5,000 years old. You say it can't be. Bic ballpoint wasn't invented until 1888. Bic plastic was invented in 1907, and Bic became a company in 1945. Well, I think you just clearly proved my claim of 5,000 years is wrong. I don't know when the pen was made, and I don't care. But it's not 5,000. It's less than 1945. Okay. If you went scuba diving,
How is that evidence for how old the Earth is? I don't understand. How is that evidence for how old the Earth is? Those ballpoints aren't 5,000 years old.
Oh no, I honestly don't know.
Like 5,000 years old. We didn't have plastic back then, Ken. What are you talking about?
I think he's saying if you find a Bic ballpoint pen, it has to be younger than from 1945. I think that's what he's saying. Oh, and also,
I-
yes, Jordan, he does indeed sell physical DVDs. Oh, and he's bringing up his treasure in a sunken ship.
coins. And I asked you the simple question, when did it sink? You said, I don't know. Well, look at the dates on the coins. The youngest coin in the box is the limiting factor. There might be an older coin in there, but the youngest date is the one you got to go on. That's the limit. It only takes one proof of a young Earth to close down the situation.
No, because that young coin doesn't negate all the older coins, Kent.
Right. No, you've got it the wrong way round, Ken. It's basically, it couldn't. Yeah. Wow. I It couldn't have before the oldest coin. It could have been before the oldest, but what sunk before the oldest coin, but it couldn't have sunk after the youngest coin, right?
Yeah, it couldn't have sunk after the youngest coin was minted.
Right.
But like the origin of the coins has to be at least as old as the oldest coin.
Yes. Yes, it has to be.
And I will say, well, I hope you like us, Damien. I'm not sure how to say your name. Hope you like us. Fine out loud. Kent, you don't understand basic logic. I want to kick you in the arse.
On evolution. Case is closed. If you find a coin in there from
Case is
1695,
closed.
another one from 1710, one from 1750, well, the limiting factor is the youngest coin.
Yeah,
Both
but the
sank after
problem is
1750.
that
Probably no
coins don't form naturally, while sort of geological structures do. That's the problem. That you've sort of said, oh well, because there's definitely no more coins being minted, but we know that things like geological structures do form naturally. So your analogy is terrible. This is what's called a false analogy, because you're trying to say, oh well, geological structures and these things are like coins, but like there's nothing taking those structures out of their environment that they couldn't have formed later.
Yeah. And his analogy just doesn't work anyway, because the
Yeah.
youngest coin, sure, you might be able to use that to date the shipwreck, kinda. Doesn't tell you how old the ship is. Doesn't tell you how old
Correct.
the origin of, like, where the coins originated from is, or anything like that.
nobody went down in there and put the coins in there after 1710. Okay, that's it's just common sense logic. I don't know how they don't get it. Takes one proof. He said, Mr. Guy said, Hovind, you don't know science. How can you claim the Earth is 6,000 years old when you know ice cores dating? They go back 800,000 years. Well, that led to seminar part 4, a distraction I made about how the Ice Age fits into the Bible. The Ice Age came at the beginning of the flood. The Bible says,
So you admit you dodged the question?
Yeah.
He admitted and bragged that he dodged the question. Wow.
Mhm.
first law of thermodynamics says matter can't be created or destroyed. Okay, so how did we get here? How did the Earth get here? Well, either two choices. Somebody made the world or the world made itself. Nobody's thought of a third choice, except for some lunatics on pot saying, oh, we're not really here at all. We just think we're here.
You
Okay,
could
forget
say
those folks.
something made the world. Why does it have to be a body, somebody? So that's what we call a false dilemma. Like it's supposed to be a dilemma. Either somebody made the world or it made itself. No, if I can
You mean
name
a false
one other
dichotomy?
option-
Or
false
dichotomy?
yeah, sorry. So it's a
Very
false
great.
dichotomy. So I just need to name one thing. Something else, something created the world or caused the world to form. That's it. Your dichotomy is over. You can't then claim it's a dichotomy, which is what you're trying to do. It's over.
Freaking cat.
We're here. So evolution believers, nearly all of them, will claim the universe began by itself from a big bang. Nothing exploded and made everything. I think this is real stupid. There's levels of stupid, and this is near the top, okay?
Yeah, that's a straw man. He's been pulled up on that so many times that when Lawrence Krauss's nothing is not what he's thinking is nothing. It So when he's talking about nothing, he's talking about a quantum field and quantum fluctuations. He's not talking about a philosophical nothing being no thing. So it's just really, and there is a case, as Sean Carroll has pointed out, for a child universe that's for all intents and purposes atemporal at the start of the universe. So it may be eternal, but eternal is a really bad word. I prefer to say atemporal, because eternal suggests it lasts for all time. Atemporal is removed from time, doesn't have time.
And like, just 13.8 is as far back as we can measure. Like,
Yes.
that's it. That's all we're saying, Kent. And as he pointed out himself, future discoveries can change that, because we're not beholden to the interpretation.
Correct. We don't know the initial starting conditions of the universe, and that's the problem. We can't seem to get to that point of the start of the universe, mostly because space-time, sort of our understanding, our laws about space-time break down at that point. Now, you can say it's a god, but you've got to demonstrate that. But instead, what he wants to do is just say, oh, well, you say it came from nothing. No, that's not what we're saying. It's not what anybody is saying. It was just the title of one book by a physicist who didn't mean what you think it means. But, you know, Kent and his straw men, he loves to stuff his straw men. He will misrepresent anything with no compunction whatsoever in order to get across this deceptive point. So, you know, he has no conscience when it comes to misrepresenting people. No conscience at all, which is quite frankly shocking.
Oh, and also, I just want to point out that his chart's wrong. Well, we have life going back nearly 4 billion years, and maybe even older. So, Kent.
I think 3 billion, isn't that eukaryotes?
I'm not sure. Apparently, we have prokaryotic life going up to 3.7 billion.
Okay.
Not sure for oldest.
Yeah, look it up.
Or not sure for. Let's see. I got a graphic from BBC.
Yeah, that's
News.
2.7. Eukaryotes are 2.7 apparently.
Or I'm seeing 2.1. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I could be wrong. What? Kent got something wrong? Never would have thunk it.
I mean, if it also means Homo sapiens evolved like 200,000 years ago, but whatever.
13.772 billion years ago, there was a Big Bang. They're making these claims that the Earth is billions of years old because they need billions of years to turn their frog to a prince. All began with a Big Bang. How old is the Earth? Let me skip up to a few things here. There's all sorts of ways to measure things. I mean, man loves to invent things to do measurements, okay? Egyptians did that, a cubit, the palm, the span, a digit, the width of your finger. There's instruments to measure time. There's instruments to measure how heavy things are. Instruments to measure angles, measuring weather. How old is the Earth? Well, let's look at some scientific and some historical facts to show the Earth cannot be billions of years old. How do we know how old the Earth is from live science and National Pornographic? Okay, well, somebody made this world or it made itself. Those who believe the world is billions of years old need to...
Sorry, that was just a chain of non sequiturs.
Yeah.
Like, let's see. They say the universe is this old. Humans measure things. The Earth cannot be old.
In our Pull Out the Pacifier series. Really? Is that what you called it?
Oh, well, you know he's the kind of a-hole who never pulls out. What do you say?
explain where did all the stuff come from and why does it violate so many things that we see in nature. So my video number 1, I cover all that. Okay, let me back up here. Seminar series. Right here. There. Bible says, in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. God said, it's a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So how old is this place? Well, there's a biblical answer and a scientific answer. There are numerous scientific evidences that the earth cannot be billions of years old, and it only takes one. When you find a dinosaur bone, they'll say it's 70 million years old. Oh, did it have a date stamped on it? Did it talk when you dug it out of the ground? No. So I go through the illustration with big pens, and it really helps people try to understand. If I claim these are 5,000 years old, you'd say, can't be. History, ballpoint pen invented 1888. Well, that proves my 5,000 year claim wrong. Just that one fact. Okay, had to be after 88. Sorry, had to be way up here. That proves the claim of 5,000 is wrong.
But you're
Can you
just
break
claiming that bone isn't that age. You haven't demonstrated that in any way. You just misrepresent it and say, hey, I know, even though you've been shown time and time again to do things like the Answers in Genesis crowd will do things like contaminate their samples and things like that. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, or they'll just intentionally screw up the way they measure.
Yeah, like doing as we've seen, things like carbon dating for dinosaurs. And then be amazed. It says this is 35,000 or 55,000 years old. Yeah, no joke. That's what happens when you carbon date something outside of its range.
Yeah. I mean, or just anything Steve Austin does. Which I got a stream on that from a while ago.
Who came in 1907 when invented plastic. Whoa. Well, pens are made of plastic. So that means it had to be after 1907. Can't be 5,000. Bic didn't become a company until after World War II. History of Bic Corporation. There it is, 1945, outside of Paris. So guess what? My pens cannot be 5,000 years old. Sorry. Had to be after 1945. So it's easy to disprove the age of the Earth also. Now, again, I don't know when the pens were made, nor do I care, but they're after 1945. I promise you that. Has to be. Here they're claiming 4.543 billion years old. Now, that article was back in 2019, so we got to add, what, four years onto that? 4.5430004. Okay. They're claiming it's old. God said he made the world. He should know. He made the heaven and the earth. And that was the beginning when everything was made. So you asked for some specifics, guys, about the some of the things that show the earth cannot be billions of years old. The ice cores are one of the ones. I was in Denver preaching, and I went to the National Ice Core Laboratory, and they took me into the freezer where they store the giant.
Oh, that would be cool.
They take a round pipe.
Yeah.
That would be
I've
really
seen
cool.
big cores. They're really neat. So many bubbles. Like way more bubbles than you'd think.
Teeth on the end of it and drill a hole down and break a piece off and bring up ice cores. Here's the pipe to drill down. Scientific American, an ice coring machine. Okay. They bring up these ice cores and they see there's rings on there. They say, wow, look at these rings. And the story they tell is in the summer, it gets warm and it melts. And so when it refreezes, it makes clear ice. But in the winter, it just packs the snow down. So that makes a milky layer of ice. So they have milky rings and clear rings. And they're saying they're annual rings. Here's an article.
Yeah, because we see them form annually, you absolute dunce. The reason why is because we see them form annually. This still happens.
Yeah. And also just in some places, they don't really melt either. And, but, well, like the first couple millimeters will melt and that's it. And just leaves like the super tiny lens of thin ice. So it's a really distinct line.
Mm-hmm.
10 ice core samples yanked from a remote Antarctic glacier, resting in a giant freezer waiting to be tested. And they look at the rings on there and call them annual rings. They say snow melts on a warm day and refreezes, making a layer of clear ice. On top, it gets compressed with snow and make a milky layer of ice. In Greenland and Antarctica, where the weather is consistently dry and very cold, the glaciers are miles thick, but the annual rings are thin. There they use the word annual rings. The deepest cores can measure 10,000 feet. Cores from Greenland drilled since 1990 show the northern climate was erratic 135,000 years ago. Really? Yep. They told me the layers represent annual rings because in the summer, it melts and makes clear ice. In the winter, it makes packed white ice. And I went and looked at I was in the freezer with those guys. I had to wear a big, heavy suit to stay alive. But sure enough, there's rings on there. This is baloney. Warm and cold days could change that.
Not in
the temperature
Antarctica.
Doesn't change that much, Kent.
Not in Antarctica. Like during the winter in Antarctica, when the sun doesn't even show. Like, do you realize it's called the land of the midnight, like the midnight sun on the north? for a reason. It's because in winter they don't even get the sun. It's dark the entire time for what, a couple of months or something.
Yeah, for several months of the year.
Yeah, I you know, the temperature isn't going to fluctuate like you would when the sun heats things, because there is no friggin' sun.
Ugh, come on, Kent. You can make this easier on us. Or you can make this
Oh,
harder
mate,
on us.
it's like I think because I've done debates and I've given him this ice core thing. It's almost like he's gone, oh well, I've got an answer to that. No, you don't, Ken. You don't. You're basically going, nah, I know how ice cores work. No, the people studying know how they work. You don't even know that in Antarctica there's no sort of day and night during the middle of winter. It's just frigging dark. Oof.
You can get 7 layers in 1 week. They count these rings, but they keep calling them annual layers. Well, there were some airplanes in World War II called the Lost Squadron. They flew over to join the war storm and couldn't land in. They tried to get back and ran out of gas, and they landed in Greenland. The 1940, what was the date on the planes? I forget, 1940, early 40 during World War II. Well, some guys got a brilliant idea. Hey, there's brand new airplanes on the ice over there. Let's go get them. So they went over there to try to find the airplanes, and sure enough, they were buried under the snow, way down under the snow. They've been there 48 years. It's called the Lost Squadron. They were covered by 263 feet of ice in 48 years. They drilled down to get one out, got it out, took it apart, put it back together in Middleborough, Kentucky. They're flying it in air shows now. Okay. Cold mining, they call it the Glacier Girl, the airplane they got off the ice. They talked about these ice rings. Well, they drilled 2 big holes down and then knocked out the snow and ice between them so they could get the planes up. Took the parts, took it apart, brought the pieces up, put it together in Middleborough, Kentucky.
And I'm sorry, just that sounds terrifying.
Okay, so the problem was that they're on an active glacier. So one that basically recedes and then moves forward again. We don't take those kind of ice core samples to date from active glaciers for that reason, because they'll be inaccurate. We take them from permanent glaciers. This I've said this to them before. I've used this. I've told this to T-Rock before. I've told this to Standing for Truth before. I've told this to all of them before. You can't go, oh well, that was in a glacier, therefore your measurements are wrong. No, it's in an active glacier, and our dating core samples are from inactive glaciers.
And actually, I got a good video here to show people. So we know if a glacier is active or not because, given enough time, you can see them move.
Yeah.
If it makes sense, ice is a solid, but it's not really a solid. It flows given enough time. And you can see it here. This is a time lapse of a glacier. They all move like this. Most of them only move like maybe a centimeter or 2 a day, but it does add up. But there are glaciers that don't move at all, or at least they barely move. Those are the ones we take ice cores from.
Yep.
Very specific glaciers. And considering that the Lost Squadron they're talking about here was on an active glacier, I would really hate to be down there just because I know it's constantly moving. And well, I mean, they probably wouldn't have done it if it wasn't too stable, but ice can get destabilized real frickin' quick, and then you're buried under 200 feet of snow.
Yeah, so all of the crash sites were, and I mean, this is the map that he showed. I was looking for it earlier. I can share it if you want.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready to pop it up. I'm actually trying to look for a picture.
I got it. I got it.
One of my professors in high school, and college was actually one of the top top glaciologists in America for a while.
So what do you notice about all three of those sites?
Uh,
They're all on the
they're
coast.
below the Arctic Circle,
Well, one's above, but they're all on the coast,
are they?
right? Where
Oh,
the
yeah.
yeah, there's a reason why the fjords are on the coast and things like that. They're active glaciers. So over the course of the year, they will move basically. They like you were showing, they will move during the course of the year, and stuff will come down. Where we take ice core samples would probably be sort of up the top here, sort of way up at the top and in the center of Greenland. You know, we wouldn't take it from the coast because they're active friggin' glaciers. Yeah, the moisture from the ocean, yes, and because the ocean regulates temperature.
Let's see.
Whoops.
Researcher
All right, sorry.
and Storglaciarin. I'm really hoping I can find a picture because
Okay.
it was really, really cool.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing you got to remember. Kent's had like, what, 40 years to come up with this crap.
Mhm.
Like, seriously, this is the best he can muster, is this. It's phenomenally awful. And most of it isn't his. He either sort of got it from the guy that he copied it off, or he got it from
Mhm.
answers in Genesis and things like that. It's so bad.
Yeah. And I can't find it sadly, but basically they were studying this glacier up in Norway, and they had blasted out a tunnel to get under the glacier to study how it was moving around on the bottom.
That
And
sounds
they had
accurate.
this like it was kind of, but it was really cool apparently.
Okay.
They had this hatch built in to look into the bottom of the glacier, and they had to leave it open for like a week to observe it. And
Mhm.
the ice just slowly squeezed down through it like toothpaste. Just because of the insane pressures at the bottom of a glacier.
Mhm.
Crazy stuff. If anyone out there has a chance to take a glaciology class, I'd recommend it. It's like one of the forgotten disciplines of geology, but it's really cool.
So the
Sure
airplanes
is
were down
like
there from
where the ice
1942
is
to
a rock.
1990.
Ice is a mineral.
You know, maybe that should be the first debate Beamsy and I have. Is
Maybe.
48 years, 263 feet down. That's 5.5 feet per year. 10,000 feet is the deepest ice core. Divided by 5.5 is only 1,800 years. What happened to their millions of years? Deeper ice gets pressed into finer layers because of the pressure on top. So really 4,400 is plenty to allow for all the ice cores. I visited Bob Carden at the museum in Middleborough. He's the one who helped dig out and restore the airplane. He said when they got down 62 feet, they had a plywood cover that was left by the 1983 expedition 8 years earlier. So the ice accumulated 8 feet a year over the top.
Yeah, because it moved
I said, Bob,
from further up to away from the coast.
Yeah. Like we said it already. Active glacier, it moves.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and Bree has found.
Bree.
Oh, is this it?
Bree from left field with the Hail Mary. I'm not sure. I hope so.
Oh. Okay, this wasn't the one I was talking about, but this is neat. So it's another tunnel beneath a glacier. Oh, it looks like they just carved it out. Like they let you walk through it. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I have no idea how to spell this channel, but that looks cool.
And
Oh,
do
there's
note,
light
like that would actually be insulated because of the ice. That's going to come in important later.
Oh, yeah. The ice within a glacier is usually like just above freezing if it's moving. The only time it gets below that is if it's way too cold and then they just don't move because it's solid ice. It's neat though. It's neat.
Did you go through layers of ice, different layers, dark, light, dark, light? He said, yeah, many hundreds of them. Wait. How can there be many hundreds of layers on top of an airplane that landed 48 years ago? Shouldn't there be
Active glacier.
48? This is the whole point. These guys don't get it.
Yeah. So
Somebody
For
doesn't
anyone
get
who's-
it, and it's not them.
for anyone who's confused, with an active glacier, it can melt during the day, like the top layer, and then freeze during the night, and it can do that repeatedly, which is why we don't use active glaciers. And even though Kent hates radiometric dating, we can use it to make certain that we're taking cores from an inactive glacier. Because if there's a discrepancy between the layer age and the radiometric age, then we know it's been active sometime.
Donnie, those are not annual layers. This article in Scientific American still calls them annual layers, and they know they're not, okay? Ice cores can be dated counting the annual layers. Dating the ice becomes harder with depth. Other ways of ice dating includes geochemistry, matching the ice cores. Their ice cores represent a few thousand years. How far back can ice cores be dated? This guy said, Antarctic glaciers, 800,000 years. You are dreaming, okay? No.
No.
Ice cores can tell scientists about temperature, precipitation, etc. The thickness of each layer allows scientists to determine how much snow fell during a particular year. They're still calling them annual rings, and they're not. Don't fall for this. Icecores.org had one about it. Ice cores correspond to years and seasons.
Sorry, that glaciology professor I was talking about, he would get so freaking mad with Kent.
Doesn't everybody? I mean,
yeah, it's just like Beams and I have talked about this. When you're working in the field, he's talking a load of crap about. It's a special kind of dig.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Like when a flat earther tells, or I forget, do you work with telecommunications or is that Ember's job?
No, I do.
It's like when flat earthers tell you how telecommunications work.
Yeah.
Seasons. We're getting closer. It's a warm spell, cold spell. You can get one of those in one day. It's warm, melts a little layer of ice on top, refreezes, clear ice. Still call them annual layers. Annual layers. Dating a core. You got to be desperate to date a core, okay? Australian Antarctic program. Look at that. Ice cores being dated. Annual layers. They are so desperate to make the Earth billions of years old because they need billions of years to turn their frog to a prince. Sorry, you can't have billions of years. Here we go.
Geology was around before evolution, dude. Yeah. Geology was around before evolution. So since he's throwing out stuff like this is the stupidest thing. Oh, to make evolution. When we first did geology, evolution wasn't even a thing, Ken. It wasn't even a thing.
It wasn't, though it was noted by the first geologists how there appeared to be a faunal succession through the layers, which is kind of interesting. Like if you look through history, you can see like little inklings of different people finding little bits of it out at a time. Then you have people who just, put all the data together, and it's neat.
Annual layer counting. Are they deliberately stupid? Are they lying? Do they not understand? Look at the Lost Squadron, guys. You got hundreds of layers on top of an airplane that landed 42 years ago. 48 years ago. Stop and think. Stop calling them annual layers. This is pure baloney.
Stop calling them what they are. I want you to call them what I think they are. No,
And also,
you're
42
an
years?
ex-con. Like, no one cares what you think.
And it's just, he keeps saying 42 years. I wasn't aware that that World War II plane went down in 1981.
It's probably when these slides were written.
Oh, probably. Oh, maybe. Yeah.
That's the answer to your conundrum there.
Well, wait. No, if it went down in 42, then he couldn't have made those slides in 84.
Why?
Well, I mean, his slides are made in PowerPoint. I don't think PowerPoint existed then.
Yeah, it did.
In 1984?
I think so.
It was made in 87.
There you go.
I did not know that. I didn't
He
know it was
probably-
that old. I thought it was like in
he-
early 2000s.
No, PowerPoint's been around for ages, mate. Although, it would have looked totally different and very simplistic. Oh, wait. I think I see what's happened here. It's very simplistic.
Huh. Although apparently Microsoft Word came out in 1983, which that's bonkers to me. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Why is that bonkers to you? I don't.
I don't know. It's just like I didn't think it was that old. Like,
I guess I'm a lot
I-
older than you are. I think that's the problem. I think I'm showing my age here, mate.
Okay, maybe it's. I think it's because like any computer I've ever used PowerPoint on has never had a version older than 2007. I don't think. Maybe 2003. So I guess my brain just thought, oh, that must have been when it came out.
Right.
All right then.
But I guarantee you,
annual layers, they
he did this on the first version of PowerPoint and has been exporting it ever since. Like exporting it to next version of PowerPoint, next version of PowerPoint. He doesn't update anything. He's just a clown.
Called it again. See, Donnie, I've learned in my experience debating 337 atheists now, ignorance can be fixed, but stupid is forever. This guy sent me a
Well, you certainly proved that, Kent.
Yep.
picture. He lives with Alaska, up in Alaska, the North Slope. He said, I got 15 layers of my snow on my car in 8 hours. The Inuit Indians have 42 or 43 words for snow. Icy snow, so does powdery snow. They don't get it. The Earth's atmosphere has layers. I think there used to be a 7th layer of ice above that. That layer got destroyed when the fountains of the deep broke open. So I think that if no question, our Earth's atmosphere has layers, and if you go up a few miles, 6 miles or so, it's real cold, like 100 below zero. I believe there was a canopy of ice over the Earth, and that when that got shattered, super cold ice is magnetic. So this crystalline canopy would be sucked in and dumped on the North and South Pole. We probably got most of the ice that's at the North and South Pole in 1 year from when Noah's flood took place. Fountains of the deep broke open, shattered that canopy.
You know, I know we have the weasel in chat. Tapioca?
Yeah.
Tapioca, is this killing you? He's saying ice is magnetic and it was drawn to the poles after the firmament collapsed. And I know Beamsy has done the math on what that would do to the Earth, but I'm curious if you have any idea.
Canopy.
So do you know
canopy could have been
why he's talking about this ice canopy? Do you know why he's talking about it?
Because he believes in the firmament.
No, it's the heat problem.
Right. He thinks the heat problem is solved because the gases expanded and cracked the firmament, and then
Correct.
the expansion of the gases released all of the heat. Which, no, Kent, no.
So here's the thing. So for a start, the heat problem doesn't go away. It actually gets worse because the heat would insulate from the because heat radiates out into space, right? We radiate a huge percentage of our heat out into space. So if you put a barrier up there, it would actually make the problem worse. Doesn't matter what the barrier is. Anyone that's ever made an igloo can tell you that it actually heats up pretty well. Like it's just it wouldn't do what he thinks it would. The transfer of heat between ice and the atmosphere would not be as efficient as through the atmosphere and the space, essentially. Secondly, the second problem is, how did the friggin' plants survive? There's no sunlight.
Oh, well, no. So the plants survived because they were giant mats of floating swampland. I'm pretty sure that's what he subscribes to.
No. If there's an ice thing around the world until the flood, and all the animals before the flood ate plants, how did the plants photosynthesize with a big frigging ice dome around the Earth?
Well, you see, Mark, the ice was transparent and it let the
Oh,
light
don't do
through.
that! Don't do that! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! I will come over there and I will take away your fake diploma, sir. Don't do that! Don't do that!
Hey, look, I earned my diploma. You did. But yeah. So, friend of the channel, Beamsy, he did do the calculations on what an ice canopy that size falling to Earth would do. I'm gonna hope the chat is familiar with the Siberian traps. Basically, a gigantic volcanic eruption that flooded like half of Siberia. Imagine that, but covering like the North and South Pole completely.
Right.
Like, bye Earth.
And held up by the magnetic field, since ice is magnetic, or held up by like a big inflatable building, or maybe both. Cubic foot of water weighs about 64 pounds. Ice is 10% less than that. So an inch layer of ice weighs 5 pounds per square foot. So a 2-inch layer would weigh 10 pounds per square foot. Divide that by 144, you get how much per square inch you'd have to have. Easily held up by the magnetic field. This ice canopy is probably the explanation for the North and South Pole. What ice is magnetic.
I have a feeling if Tap was on here, he would absolutely scream.
Held up by the magnetic field. How does that work? How does the magnetic field hold it up above the forces of gravity? And ice is like, it's not. It shatters. You can't. That is just not something that it will not remain an ice canopy if it's only a couple of inches thick. And even ice a couple of inches thick will stop sunlight.
Just this man.
Oh, it's like even AIG backs away from this one and goes, hey, don't want to touch this one. They basically say the ice canopy is not a thing, and here's why, and we aren't agreeing with this because that's crazy talk. And it is. It's crazy talk. It really is. There's an ice canopy. And don't forget, he doesn't have one single shred of evidence to back this up. And this is what I was talking about before with the post hoc rationalizations. He's basically said, okay, there's a heat problem. How do I solve it? Right? What can I say to solve this problem? He's not going for what is the truth here. He's going, what can I say to make this problem go away? Ice canopy. Yeah, that's good. I'll just pull that one out of my butt and hold it up for all to see. Ice canopy. That's insane. That is insane. A 2-inch thick ice canopy with going all the way around the planet that somehow maintains structural integrity, and there's plants before the flood somehow photosynthesizing through this 2.5-inch thick slab of ice. This is why I made the thumbnail I did. it's absolute horse hockey. It is just, you know, it is so bad.
Jeez, Mark, you make it sound like you don't believe the great prophet.
Oh, the only prophet he knows about is the one that he's sequestering away from his dinosaur adventureland. That's the only prophet this guy knows about.
A magnet, and is drawn in by magnetic field. So the ice physics world had an article about that, about magnetic ice clouds forming. The Bible says when God made the world, there was water above the firmament. Josephus, he wrote about the time of Christ. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. He set the heaven above the universe, surrounding it with ice. That's what Josephus believed 2,000 years ago. He placed a crystalline firmament. The Jews have taught it was the thickness of this firmament was 3 fingers, a couple inches, okay? The thickness of the firmament is 2 fingers. Oh, this guy said 3 fingers, this guy said 2. Jews argue over everything. I'm sure they split the church and started the church of the 2 fingers and the church of the 3 fingers. But the point is
that anti-Semitism?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, we should have made bingo cards, I swear.
Ugh. Oh, wow.
there was a flattened solid layer of ice above the North and South Pole. Legend of the Jews. On the second day, God brought forth 4 creations, the firmament, hell, fire, and the angels. The firmament is not the same as the heavens of the first day. It's a crystal stretched over the heads of the Hayat, and was made to crystallize into a solid. The firmament is not more than 3 fingers thick. So the Bible says the fountains of the deep were broken open when the flood started. That would have gone up, ripping rocks off the side of the cracks because the earth cracked up like an eggshell and shattered that canopy. Being cold, being magnetic, it would be drawn in and dumped on the North and South Pole. Earth has a magnetic pole, has a geometric pole we spin around, but there's also a magnetic North Pole. You guys have it up there in Canada, Donnie. And the ice age that we see on the Earth, the effects of the ice age, the glaciers, come further south into America, Kansas City, Missouri, than they do into Russia. The ice age is centered around the magnetic North Pole. Why not the geographic North Pole? Because it's related to Noah's flood, I believe. So here's my theory about the ice layers at the poles.
Not a theory. It's not even a hypothesis, let's face it. What's your falsification criteria for the ice canopy that would not work in any way, shape, or form, is completely in violation of all physics and would make the heat problem probably worse as it would trap the heat? What? That's not a theory, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark. I'll tell you if you pay me some more money, and I'll give you the answer.
No, I already spent all my money on the timeline, the biblical timeline chart. Actually, no, I tell a lie. That was Big Band Mama's money. Yeah, all right. I'm in. I'm all in. I'm 100%. I've never been more in anything in my life. Right?
Oh well, you see, I'm kind of tired now. It's getting late for me. I've been working all day. I got to work for a living. So I'm gonna go to bed and fuck you.
6,000 years ago, God made everything in 6 days. 4,400 years ago, there was a flood. The crystalline canopy overhead collapsed and was drawn into the poles by Earth's magnetic field. Scoffers say they're going to be willingly ignorant about that flood. The Bible says, have you not read, he which made them at the beginning, made them male and female. So that's where it started. That's just one, the ice core. I go with you on my seminar part 1, how to prove the Earth is not billions of years old with stalagmites, oldest written language, the calendar, the salt in the oceans, the magnetic field. The spin of the Earth is slowing down. The Sahara Desert is growing. The oil pressure.
Could you highlight Ian?
Yep.
Ian Chan official for $7.99 dues. Okay, here's some money, Mark. Thank you, Ian. Now I can buy another timeline of the biblical narrative. Thank you so much. I can actually buy the DVDs. Woohoo!
Oh, jeez. Oh well, thank you for the money, but I'm real tired, so I'll tell it to you next time.
Disclaimer: do not give this man money. Seriously, he is ripping
no,
you off.
Please give me money. Please help.
No, not you. Like Hovind is what I'm talking about. Thank you so much.
In the ground should have dissipated by now. The moon is leaving us. The sun is burning up. Your Niagara Falls is eroding. The oldest tree in the world. Ice cores. It all fits what the Bible says. God made everything in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago. Okay,
you got something written on his hand. What's written on his hand? Look, we've got to find out. I've got to find out. I think he's got something written on his hand. Either that, or he's been masturbating furiously. One of the two. I don't know which one, but I want to know. Maybe not the second one. I don't want to know if that's the case. Hang on. Go back. Is that a
Like a
happy
Minecraft?
face?
Like a Minecraft smiley face.
No, I think it's a shopping list. It says oil, gay porn.
I think I see an A and a D, and then I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think it's his favorite porn actors. I think that's what it is. It's Stigmata. Yeah, big bad mama. Yeah, absolutely. It's Stigmata. Yeah. Sorry, I just noticed that. I was like, what is up with his hand? No, he's definitely losing. He's
What the Bible says.
non-compos mentis.
God made
That's
everything in 6 days,
weird.
about 6,000 years ago. Okay, you asked for a half hour, guys. There you go. Now you got some specific questions. You want to cover some of these in more detail?
Yes, very good.
It's
Very
his
thorough,
address.
Dr. Hovind.
He has to write down Lenox, Alabama, because he just can't remember where it is. The mark of the beast. I love it. Keep it coming. Oh, yes, so good. Oh, I love you, chat. I both love
actually
you and
gonna-
hate you.
I'm gonna take a chance to refill my water real quick, so I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
do it. It says in 10 for $7.99 again. It says, don't forget, latest wife name is Sandra. Oh, this is so good. I can't do stand-up. What are you talking about, Bree? I can't do stand-up. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I leave the stand-up to Amy. She's amazing. I can't do stand-up. I rely on chat for my jokes. How many has he had? This one's number 4, I believe. I think it's number 4. Number 3 or number 4? I think it's number 4. I don't pay that much attention.
All right, and I'm back, and yeah, Ian, Ian, that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Lucky 7 Wolfen has his prison inmate number.
0645 2017.
Is that it? I have no idea what it is.
That's his number. Oh, Jordan says file taxes this year. Nah, no, that couldn't do that. He wouldn't.
It's his lawyer's name. He doesn't have it on speed dial. He beats him constantly.
So in light of all of that evidence, I do hear an echo of myself, maybe Joseph. Let me see. Oh, I think we might be good now. Okay, so in light of all that evidence, Kent, that a lot of the critics would simply deny, because they will say the existence of dating methods, both carbon dating and other dating methods like potassium argon dating, they'll say demonstrate that the Earth is old, or at least older than 6,000 years. What's a good way to address this, Kent?
Well, none of the dating methods.
Oh, well, before
Can
he
we pause?
goes
Yeah.
about that,
Robin, you awesome person, gifted 1 Mark Reed membership, and it hit Human Girl. Well, I'm glad a human got it rather than a non-human.
Oh wow, thanks.
No
Mark.
offense, Doc. No offense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're not going to unless you're in my chat, and I don't think you're in my chat.
I mean, I'm already a member. I think I'm pretty sure I am.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I think you are. So thank you. I hope you enjoy all of your benefits.
Yeah, I did that a while ago.
Yeah. When are you going to get monetized? How far are you off?
Still need about 200 subs.
You'll get there. You'll get there. I mean, it's only been like, very, very short amount of time. And Regius, thank you so much, Regius. Gifted 5 Mark Red memberships. Who's going to get hit? Chunkle Down Bim was hit. Spooky Bedhair, who is a champ and got hit. Joe Heron got hit, and Threatened Sanity got hit, and PC Pragmatic Crystal got hit. So welcome to the membership. Welcome to the readers. And I got to remember what I'm calling us, by the way. Yeah, gifts all round. Yeah, fantastic. And I hope you enjoy the emotes and everything. And don't forget, keep calm and masturbate. Because apparently Kent's been doing a lot of that. It's
You got one from I Killed Earl as well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and the membership gifted. Oh, that was the one that went to PC. Okay, so Regios took care of Chapel Down Bim, Spooky, Joe Heron, and Threatened Sanity, and I Killed Earl. Oh, got Maya. Well done. Thank you.
Oh,
Just such awesome people in the chat. I love them. It's amazing.
nice. Oh yeah, I still remember what my at least first tier of members is going to be. So everyone,
Yeah.
feel free to come over to my channel and subscribe to me if you too wish
Yeah,
to be an
definitely.
unaccredited nugget.
What is that? That is awesome. What word is that?
Well, like I'm Dr. Dino, so the lowest tier
Okay.
of member would be unaccredited nugget.
Okay. Hey, no, I like it. I don't know why. I don't know what it means, but I do like it. I do.
Well,
I
and then maybe like, I don't know, student wing, graduate drumstick.
okay. I don't know how people will feel saying I'm a nugget over on Doc Dino's channel. Actually, I like to say that sounds awesome. I want to join now. Yeah, and please do subscribe to Doc. He's just getting started, and every tiny bit helps. If you could be so kind, I would really appreciate it, and Doc certainly would appreciate it. So definitely give him some love as well.
I'd say people go from my chat to sub to you, but I think everyone who's in my chat is sub to you.
Possibly. I mean, it's fine. It's cool.
Yeah. Well, if anyone's watching the VOD, go check out Mark.
That's true. You could always, Regios is right. You could always do Patreon as well.
I do Patreon, but all those are themed after different raptors already.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. If you ever wanted to be a raptor, and I know some of you have.
Yeah.
It's carbon dating, carbon 14 decays to carbon 12, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208.
No, it does not. Kent?
No.
Decays to nitrogen 14.
What did he say?
Yeah, he says carbon 14 decays into carbon 12.
No. What are you talking about? It goes to nitrogen 14, which is 7 protons and 7 electrons.
Mm-hmm.
And carbon is 6.
9.
No, it's 7. Because nitrogen 14 is a stable element, so it's got 7 and 7.
Oh, it is 7, right?
Yeah, because carbon 14.
Carbon 6.
Yes, carbon 6. So that's 6 and 8. So it basically donates an electron and gets back a neutron, a proton. Sorry, protons and electrons. I don't know why I say neutrons. Protons and electrons. So
I thought carbon was 8 for some reason, but that's oxygen.
Correct. Yes.
Also, Tapioca aspires to be an unaccredited nugget PhD.
Unaccredited nugget.
We'll get there someday, folks. We'll get there someday.
Oh, I should do a stream with a live reading of his dissertation. That would actually be funny. If I was better at the accent, I'll practice the accent and give it a try. How about that?
I mean, how's your just American accent? Can you do a Southern?
Terrible. No, it's terrible. Like I feel ashamed to even try it, to be honest with you. I can't do accents. I'm not, I can barely do an Australian accent, let's face it.
I mean, a little bit of Southern ain't that hard to do. You just got to add some drawl to your voice, lower it down to pitch a bit.
Okay.
You can't use any of them fancy consonants. You got to let all your words flow into the next vowel.
Too hard. But move on. Too hard.
All of the dating methods involve a decay of something, okay? None of them were invented until after World War II. So how did they date these rocks, in 1830 when
Except carbon dating was invented in 1905. We just checked
Even
that.
if it was only invented after World War II, does that mean that we can't date things beforehand? What?
So here he whines about dating methods, not explaining that there are two major types of dating methods. There's relative dating and absolute dating.
Yeah.
Radiometrics give us an absolute date. They tell us, like how many millions of years or whatever something is. Relative dating just says this is older than this. And that's basically all we had for the first 100 years or so of geology. Then we refined it with radiometrics, and almost everything's still held up, at least in the broad strokes. There's only a few places where it can get kind of out of order. Let me see if I can find an example. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, over here on the left is relative dating. This is the process we were stuck with for forever. And on the other hand, we have absolute dating, where we can date stuff like volcanic ash that's full of radioactive elements. And get the absolute age. Kent conflates them because he likes to confuse his audience.
When they started claiming they're billions of years old. Fossils are actually dated by their position in the geologic column. This geologic column was made up in 1830. It does not exist anywhere on the planet except in the textbooks. It's imagination.
Oh, boy. So there are local geologic columns, though. Like we have a column for the Grand Canyon. That exists.
Yeah.
Now, those formations don't stretch all over the world, but we wouldn't expect them to, because modern environments don't stretch all over the world.
And they don't line up, but using the rocks, we can line them up with one another. That's what stratigraphy is. We line up these strata with one another. And there is a reason why, like on the chart, we never find like birds below a certain depth. We just don't find it. And the reasons Kent gives is hilarious.
He doesn't understand it at all.
No, he doesn't.
I wonder which method he's going to go with, because he flops around a few of them.
But again, he's just, this is just lines on a paper. So's the Bible. So's a roadmap. So's a chart of the solar system. But it doesn't mean to say that those things aren't real things. They're not depictions of something in reality. It'd be like saying, your wife can't exist because the pictures that I've seen of her are just electrons on a computer screen. Come on, Kent, try harder.
They claim the top layer is younger than the bottom layer. I say, really? Let me ask you guys a question. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Outer space? Come on now. How can the layers be different ages?
This thing.
Wow. You know what erosion and sedimentation and depositing of stuff is? You know what sort of metamorphosis of rocks is when they get sort of put under pressure and heat?
No, sedimentary and metamorphic are not rock categories.
Aren't they?
They are not. They're absolutely
what
not.
Are they? What are they? Educate me.
Music.
What? I don't understand. Music. What?
I
know they didn't come from freaking outer space. Okay, all right.
Yeah. No, he really doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't get that erosion happens. Like, what? Or, well, no, I think he does get it. He's just pretending he doesn't, because, come on, Kent, it's not that hard.
Yeah, they get deposited. They get, or sometimes intrusions can happen of new rock formation. The rock, you're looking at it going, oh, it's still nothing happens to it. It's all just how it is because that's the way I see it. Geologically speaking, that isn't what's happening. Like, it's not still. It's there's processes happening. But Kent's gonna Kent.
Crying out loud.
If I shake up one of these sand art toys, I got
And I explained this to him in my debate with him. Of course, he never absorbed any of that.
No, of course not.
Also, the cat has come to visit. He has decided to sit next to me.
Well, here's the famous sand wave thing. He says, "Oh, this will make this happen in a like." So he's trying to say, "Hey, the Bible will sort all of these things."
Oh, like
the flood,
hydrologic sorting.
The flood. Yeah, this little model he's got, hydrologic sorting. It's dumb. It's so dumb because it's only got sediment, and the sediment, so how does your flood create the pressure and heat necessary for metamorphic rock? How does that happen?
Oh.
Nobody knows. Like, it's not like that sediment can't be hydrologically sorted, but you're trying to say, hey, all of these fossils organize themselves in these very, very clear to distinguish layers all the way up to the top layer by sheer random waves doing it, just currents doing it.
Or like the density of animals. I don't know if he's still sticking to that or not.
I don't know. I mean, he hasn't changed anything yet, so I doubt he'll change this one.
Which, I asked him this in my debate with him. Like, okay, why are mosasaurs separated from ichthyosaurs, and those are separated from whales? Why do we never find any of them in the same rock layers when they should be about the same density and did the same things? And no answers. Nothing.
Yeah.
Just flipped on to the next thing.
Yeah.
got a bunch here. Let's see. Yeah, here's one. Okay. If you take these things with different colored sand in there and flip it over, in a matter of a few minutes, it'll make 10 or 15 layers of different colors in here. Are the layers different ages? No, they're all in here at the same time. All the layers are the same age. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No, teacher. They're all the same age.
Prop failed. Prop failed. Find a prop.
Even the props like, no, I'm not going to be a part of this. Like, I'm done. I'm done. This is enough.
But this teaching of the layers being different ages started in 1830 and is absolutely baloney. I covered that last night on a Genesis Baptist Church channel. You can look at last night's program about Charles Lyell. He's the guy that made all that up, made this stupid geologic column. But all the dating methods, whether it's...
I mean, you say he... Okay, he says that Charles Lyell made it up. Charles Lyell was a devout Christian to his death. In fact, he was such a devout Christian, he didn't believe Darwin on evolution at first. He held that species were immutable until, because he was a scientist, he understood the gravity of all of the evidence and accepted it. But he remained a devout Christian to the end. And in fact, he believed in Noah's flood. He just said that the flood had apparently been so gentle as to not disturb underlying rock.
Right.
Potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208, lead 206, carbon 14.
Sorry. Something about me just... I always get irritated when they attack, like, dead and gone scientists who I know spent their whole lives searching for the truth. It bugs me. It's like bullies in high school going after the nerdy kid.
Yeah.
Come on.
They're all based on some obvious assumptions that you just don't get. Here's an illustration to help you out. If you walked into a room and found a candle burning on a table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? You said, I don't know. It was burning when I got here. Well, we got to do some science then. Let's do some empirical science, testable, demonstrable. Let's measure how tall the candle is. So we get out our micrometers and measure it to the nearest bazillionth of an inch. We find out our meter, for you Canadian folks, we find out that candle is 7 inches tall. Okay. When was it lit? Well, that doesn't tell me. I can get very accurately how tall it is, but that doesn't help with the age of the candle. So let's measure how fast it burns. We're going to watch it with.
Okay, what if the candle came from a box labeled Bernie's 10-inch candles? And it said on the back, these candles are designed to burn at a rate of 1/2 inch per hour.
Yeah.
Then could
So
you figure
especially
out
with something like potassium argon, right, where you have zircon crystals that they cannot have argon in them when they form because of the process. And we understand the process. Argon's a gas. The gas escapes. So they cannot have argon in when they form. So they only have potassium. So we can tell how much potassium was in them when it started. That's it. And yes, it isn't hyper accurate. Like, we have a margin of error, but when you have a margin of error, you're basically talking about, like, were you saying 6,000 years from 4.7 billion years? The candle would have to be through the roof and up into the sky. You are so far off. It's just, you know, or the candle has to be sort of a thin layer of wax on the floor. You know, it's not a candle at that point. You are so far off. So yeah, we do know the original length of the candle. Yes, we do.
Yep. And also, just to add to what you were saying about a margin of error, we can figure out the margin of error because we can do a crud ton of measurements using things of an age that we know. And you know how accurate potassium argon is? It has like a 1% margin of error.
Yeah.
Often less. It's still amazingly accurate. Think Kent could ever come up with something that precise?
He has to write his shopping list on his hand. Of course not.
With Olympic stopwatches and get 10 witnesses and video it from 40 angles and charge a bunch of money for doing it. And we find out it's burning an inch an hour. Now I've got two facts. It is 7 inches tall. It's burning an inch an hour. When was it lit? You still can't tell me unless you make some assumptions. How tall was it?
Nope.
Has it always burned at the same rate? You know, a little wind blowing through there.
Well, let's see. It's
yes,
one of Bernie's
radiometric
10-inch
decay
candles.
is not accurate in the slightest to its rate of decay. No. We just base all of our frigging clocks upon it. Like, seriously, Ken. It's always burned at the same rate.
Or like, have you ever put like a tray of water in the freezer to turn it into ice?
No. But done ice blocks, though. Does that count? Why would you put a tray in the freezer of water?
I guess here in America, we have ice trays that, you fill them with water and put them in the freezer, and then it freezes into little cubes.
Yeah, ice blocks. Yeah.
Yeah, these.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we just call them ice trays. Like,
okay.
Do you think if you freeze ice a bunch of times and time it and observe it, you can figure out about how long it should take for it to freeze at given temperatures?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So then if you go to someone's freezer and you see the temperature it's set at, and you open the freezer and you see that the ice is half frozen, do you think you can figure out when they put the ice in?
Of course.
Using the data?
Of course.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking simple, Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, $45? Holy cow, yeah, $45 for ice trays. I didn't even notice that. Why?
That's better value than Kent's DVDs.
At Dollar Tree?
No, that should be
Why is it so expensive at Dollar Tree? They're like a super cheap store.
Is it 36 of them? 36 the home store.
Is it? Like details. Oh, it is 36 units. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Why do you need 36 ice trays?
Uh,
Are you like buying them for a family gathering as a stocking
Well-
stuffer or something?
there's something called the heat problem, Dino, and in order to get around the heat generated by radioactive decay, God got a whole bunch of ice trays from dollar store. No, wait, hear me out. He then filled them up.
What?
Look, that is no more a ridiculous thing to say than saying there was an ice canopy over the whole Earth. Like, seriously, they're both at the same level.
Why? Why?
The question is, why do we do
It would
this?
change the rate of burn.
Why do we do this?
I don't know. You're to blame. I'm going to blame you. It's your channel. You're to blame. You're responsible.
You asked if we could simulcast this.
Yeah, well, you were going to do one and I was going to do one, so we might as well just get together and have, a good old Kent threesome in here. Let's go. Let's go. That's a horrible image. I'm sorry.
A Kent
I'm
threesome
sorry,
with
chat.
Donnie and Rom out watching.
Oh no! This is turning into the worst orgy
You
of all
didn't think
time.
this through. Streamed
it's terrible.
live on YouTube. We're getting demonetized.
If the candle got thinner at the top, it changed the rate of burn. All of these radiometric dating methods, all of them, have the same assumptions built in. You're getting a fossil or a rock, and you're finding how much of a certain element is in it. The potassium decays to argon. We know that. Carbon 14 decays to carbon 12. Lead 208. It's a decay.
Yep. Tapioca said it. Somebody clip that.
You can measure accurately how much is in it. No question. You can measure accurately how fast it's decaying today. No question. And then you're done with science. Now you got to make some assumptions. None of the dating methods work. Intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. If I took this clamshell, this fossil clam.
I wonder what that goes on to say. But I probably can't tell because it's from 76.
76.
Which is
that
close,
was the
by the
year
way,
I was
indicating
born.
a very.
Do you know that? That's like 47 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I forgot. I thought you were in your mid-30s.
No, I'm 47.
Huh.
Buried alive. If I took this to a university and said, how old is this fossil? First question they would ask, where did you find it? What difference would that make? Oh, they're going to date it by the layer it came from. Not with carbon dating, potassium argon dating.
I mean, we can also just be curious where you found it. Like that's a thing.
The fossils are dated by the layers. Then if you ask them how they dated the layers, they'll say, oh, we date them by the fossils we find. Wait. You date the fossils by the layers, but you date the layers by the fossils. Circular reasoning. Reasoning in a circle. No geologist has ever bothered to think of a good reply. Feeling the explanations are not worth the trouble as long as the
already replied to it. Move on, Kent.
Work brings results. It cannot be denied from a strictly philosophical standpoint. Geologists are arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms has been determined by a study of their remains embedded in the rocks, the fossils, and the relative age of the rocks is determined by the organisms. Encyclopedia Britannica. They knew this 70 years ago. It's circular reasoning. Ever since William
That's
Smith,
from
fossils
49.
have been
49.
Oh.
It's from 1950. Like, seriously, Ken? 1949 from Encyclopedia Britannica, no less.
And wait, and the relative ages of the rocks. Yes. Correct.
Relative.
The relative ages could be, I found a good diagram for this. It's like, in layer A, you always find these 6 fossils. B, you always find these ones. C, you always find these ones. But when you go to age date them, you can see that you only find, let's say, a trilobite in rocks this old to this old. And this little swirly thing, da-da-da, little shell, da-da-da. And the only time all 3 of them overlap is right here. So whenever you find this outcrop, it has to be in this age range. Like when you have dozens or hundreds of species in an environment, you can do stuff like this. And it can save you a lot of time.
Mhm.
Like, you might still send a sample off to confirm it in a lab, but it can save
Yeah.
a lot of time when you're out in the field. It's really useful.
But it's not the only way to date them. That's the thing. Like, it's not like they're
Yeah,
just
it's not.
relying on that completely. There's absolute dating as well. So he never learns.
No, he doesn't. I explained this to
No,
him in
he
our
doesn't.
debate. He
Yeah, I
he
know.
will never learn. He can't learn. What's the quote? It's hard to convince a man of something when his salary depends on him not
Yeah, when
understanding
his
it.
livelihood depends on him not understanding it. Correct.
Yeah.
Standpoint, geologists are arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms has been determined by a study of their remains embedded in the rocks, the fossils, and the relative age of the rocks is determined by the organisms. Encyclopedia Britannica. They knew this 70 years ago. It's circular reasoning. Ever since William Smith, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating. So how are you going to date that rock layer? Carbon dating, potassium, argon, no.
Still from 1983.
No. They're dated by the fossils they contain, which is based on that stupid geologic column.
Okay, Kent, if you find a Tyrannosaurus Rex, how old does that rock have to be?
Was the Tyrannosaurus Rex friends with Jesus?
The T-Rex is what they used to carve the hole for the stigmata.
Was the T-Rex on the ark? That's what I want to know. I'm asking the real questions. The real questions.
I think it was hanging on to the side.
Okay.
That's why it had to have such powerful jaws.
I think Moses released it to check for land. It was the first one. They left it out.
Just like point being, if you find a T-Rex, you have a pretty narrow band of 2 million years that thing can exist within. Like, really narrow. So it can be used very easily. Or like if you find a fossil human, like that's got to be a couple million years old at the most.
Which does not exist anywhere. This guy said, apart from very modern examples, which really are archaeology, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. Radiometric dating examples, which really are archaeology, I can
83.
think of no cases
Have you
of
got
radioactive decay
anything in the
being used to
last
date fossils.
20
Radiometric
years?
dating would
No,
not have been
scratch that. Last 30 years.
You know, I actually do.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm asking Kent whether he has anything like that he got after his son was born, perhaps.
Da-da-da. Yep, okay. Got you one. A small dinosaur known as Changmiania liaonensis was found, and since it was found dead in a burrow filled with ash, they dated it to 123.2 plus or minus 1 million years.
Which is argon dating. Yep.
It's always hard for me to spell its name, but the fossil's actually spectacular.
But they lied, and it's a conspiracy, and they just want you to believe it. Yeah, no, nobody's going to Kent Hovind in running a D-grade amusement park for religious nutbags to see what his opinion on dating rocks is. And nobody's going there to consult with him because he doesn't know anything. He just thinks he does. He finds explanations that don't make sense, parades them off as this gotcha. It can't possibly be. It's you know nothing about the subject.
Yeah, but hey, on the bright
you're
side, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, you're the type of man to write your shopping list on your hand. That's the type of guy you just stick to that. It's a skill. Stick to that. Stick to writing your shopping list on your hand. That's where your talents lie.
Apparently. But yeah, I just wanted to show this fossil off because it's freaking adorable.
Yeah.
Like a full skeleton died in its burrow, probably in its sleep. It's just it's so cute.
It is very cute.
Yeah. Some really cool fossils from China, honestly.
Archaeology, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. Radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the
Let the colony not be interacted first. I'm guessing that's as it wouldn't have been feasible if the geologic column didn't exist.
geologic
So
column
I'm going
had
to
not been
guess
erected
that's supposed
first.
to be interpreted.
So there are all these dating methods are based on that geologic column. Here we go. This is from University of North Carolina. More bad news for radiometric dating. You can read the article for yourself. They're finding out it doesn't work. Radiometric dating problems with assumptions. Answers in Genesis got a great article on that. There's all kinds of assumptions. Has it been contaminated? Do you know that? For millions of years? Radiometric scientists may be aware that bad assumptions and contamination can result in inaccurate radiometric dates. Wow. I agree. Okay. Creation.com had a good article about that. Science Daily, inaccurate.
Creation.com.
Cornell University.
Yeah, I bet they did.
They
I
know.
bet they did. Yeah, so the only place I can find that quote is from the proceedings of the International Conference on Creationism. Like, I feel like he's either quote mining the one about radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the column had not been erected first.
Wow. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Like,
yeah, I don't.
Come on, Kent.
I don't know. I highly suspect that he is not actually like he's either quote mining or in 1976.
Oh, and sorry, so that picture made me think of another one, which is these are two mammal ancestors that died sleeping next to each other in their burrow. Sometimes fossils can give you really cute things like this. It's just like, wow.
Morbid, but sure. At least
A
they were
little
together.
morbid, but at least they went together. You know? It's more than most organisms can ask for.
Oh, that's true.
Radiocarbon dating is a key tool archaeologists use to determine the age of plants and objects made with organic material. But new research shows commonly accepted radiocarbon date standards can miss the mark, calling into question historical timelines. See, the Earth's atmosphere is about 300 miles thick. Most of it's within 10 miles. So it contains mostly nitrogen, 21% oxygen, a little tiny bit of carbon, and a real tiny amount of carbon-14. Radiation from the sun strikes the atmosphere, and that's what makes carbon-14, radiation from the sun. Then the oxygen combines with the carbon to make CO2. A tiny bit of it is radioactive carbon. Well, CO2, that's what plants breathe. So the plants are always breathing in CO2, and a tiny bit is radioactive. So that radioactive carbon-14 gets into the plant cells. Then when the tree dies, buried, it stops breathing. So it doesn't get any more. So they're really comparing the amount of C14 in the fossil to the amount in the atmosphere to determine how long it's been. Willard Libby invented this carbon dating in the early 50s, okay? Carbon dating, it's carbon-14 process. Here we go. The radiation from the sun converts 21 pounds of nitrogen to carbon-14 every year. This is over the Earth. How much would 21 pounds be spread out over the whole globe?
Yes, Kent, we usually measure this in parts per billion. Like, we know it's just when you measure carbon-14 in a sample, it's usually measured in parts per billion. It's just absolutely minuscule amounts.
Yeah.
We get it, small number, Kent, but it is significant.
Yeah.
Do you know how many atoms are in 21 pounds of nitrogen?
Oh, trillions and trillions of atoms, yeah.
What is what's the molar mass of nitrogen?
Why does he look like he's about to take a major dump? Don't strain
geez,
yourself,
he
sir.
does.
He really does. He's squeezing one out and pinching it off. I don't do it to yourself, Ken. You've unloaded enough crap for one day. Like, seriously, you don't need to do anything.
Let's see. So 21 pounds times 2.2 kilograms times 1,000 grams per kilogram divided by molar mass times 2. Oh no, that's not it.
I don't even use pounds, so you know.
Oh, I converted to kilograms.
Oh, okay.
I try to avoid pounds anyway. But what was it? Times 3 times 6. Okay. Let's see. What is... Jesus Christ. All right, I just got a number. Okay. Yeah, so any guess on how many atoms of nitrogen that is? 21 pounds?
I don't know, somewhere in the range of 10 to the power of, I don't know, 30 or so.
Close, actually. It's about 10 to the 27th atoms.
10 to the what?
10 to the 27th.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's 10.
See, how many trees are there on Earth? Only 3 trillion. Yeah, so sorry, Kent, there's more than enough for every plant on the planet to get plenty of carbon-14. It sounds like a tiny bit, but it's really not. And sorry, the nerd in me wanted to do the math.
No, go for it.
Avogadro's number, yes, 6.022 times 10 to the 23rd?
Yes.
I remembered it from high school.
I read it on the internet just before.
Not much. Carbon and nitrogen are next to each other on the periodic table. So the carbon-14, normally carbon is carbon-12. But carbon-14 can be picked up, you can click with a Geiger counter. Same with uranium and other radioactive elements. Carbon-14 is being produced by the sun. It breaks back down to nitrogen. Half of it does every 5,730 years. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
During photosynthesis, the plants breathe in CO2. Some of it is radioactive. Okay, I agree. No problem. Animals eat the plants and make it part of their body. I bet during your lifetime you've either eaten some plants or you've eaten some animals that have eaten some plants. I bet you've done that.
Yes.
Right? So you probably got radioactive carbon in you. I do too. So when the plant dies, it stops breathing in CO2. So it's assumed the ratio in the radioactive C14 to normal C12 in the atmosphere would be the same found in living plants and animals. Atmosphere's got 0.0000765%.
Not quite. It's more complicated. So, do you know the difference between C3 and C4 plants?
No. Enlighten me.
So there are 2 main groups of plants. Main groups. There are C3 and C4, and they're
and the C4 ones explode.
Well, they do burn, but they take in carbon differently. C3 versus C4. Let me see if I can find some examples. Yeah, they're just different categories of plants. Like, I think grasses are C4. So they work harder to take in carbon-14. And as a result, they'll usually be... I believe they'll be enriched in C14 compared to the surrounding atmosphere. Whereas the C3 plants are much more passive. Like, a lot of trees are C3 plants.
Mhm.
And so they'll just take the lighter element, so they'll usually be depleted. And then the animals that eat the plants, after some, biology happens because they're life forms, usually grass eaters will be hyper enriched, and the
Okay.
tree eaters will be hyper depleted in carbon-14. So, like, it's easier to carbon date the remains of a grazer than it is the remains of a browser.
Right.
Um,
Yes.
but point is, they won't have the same concentration. And I could have had that confused. Regardless, there are two main groups of plants. That was the main thing.
So it's easier to date the plants from warm, hot places, essentially.
Can be.
Okay.
I mean, like they'll all still have carbon-14. It's just one is going to have generally more to start with by mass, which can mean that it'll last longer.
Mhm.
And yeah, I guess Google here has some examples. So like rice, wheat, and oats, peanuts, etc. are C3. Maize, sugarcane, millet, etc. are C4. And I think, oh yeah, and there's a third one, which is like a cacti, which are cam plants, which is another category.
Mm-hmm.
I only know this because of an isotopes class, which is a fun class, honestly. There's a ton you can do just by researching like stable isotopes. Like you can figure out the temperature of the area, how much rain it gets, how far it is from a water source. Back in college, me and a few other students, we took isotope data from giant ground sloth bones and used it to figure out what the environment of Iowa was like during a specific point in time during the Ice Age.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah. Turns out it was a very dry place. Actually, a lot like northern Wisconsin is now. A lot of pine barrens.
Okay.
Yeah. Science is fun, folks. Science is honestly really fun.
Well, maybe the plants and animals do too. When it dies, it stops eating, stops taking any more. So what they're really doing with all these data, with carbon dating anyway, they're comparing the amount in the fossil with the amount in the atmosphere. And if the fossil's only got half as...
No, we're not. No, we are not. No, we are not. When we do carbon-14, we compare it to the amount of nitrogen-14 in the sample. The proportion of C14 to N14 in the sample is what we're measuring. That's the important bit.
Because
Now,
the nitrogen 14 is expelled, isn't it? It's gotten rid of by the organism. So
maybe I'm not 100% sure on that because nitrogen is incorporated into structures in the body, like DNA actually,
okay.
and a lot of muscles, protein, keratin. But I think it would stay locked in. I'm actually not sure because nitrogen's less reactive. But I do know it's the importance, isn't it? What of us? Am I going to get mixed up with crystals? Okay. So I guess I've been I guess I got it confused with the I guess I got it confused because I talk about crystals a lot more. Crystals tend to lock stuff in better.
Mhm.
But I guess it is just measuring the C14, which can get thrown off, especially with more recent stuff, because thanks to the Industrial Revolution burning a ton of coal and oil,
Yeah,
the atmosphere is oddly deficient in carbon 14 compared to the past few tens of thousands of years.
not in carbon 12 then.
Oh no, not in carbon 12. Um,
I don't think Kent believes in global warming either. So, chalk that one up for science denial. It's
yeah,
amazing he's not a flat earther, to be honest with you. It really is.
really is.
Hmm.
But apparently we're down to only need 20 to 50 milligrams of carbon. Neat. But yeah, in my defense, Rembrandt, if you're right, I am much more familiar with crystals than biological
Yeah.
stuff with dating.
As much as the atmosphere does. They'll say it's been dead for 5,730 years. Oh, okay. You can't get any more. So if it gives them this number, it's freshly killed, 0 years old. If they get that amount or that amount or that amount, they're just determining the age by the percentage of C14. It goes from a half to a fourth to an eighth to a 16th. Calibration curve used for carbon dating. You got 16, you got 8, it's 5,700 years old. So they're dating how they're comparing the amount in the atmosphere to the amount in the fossil. What if the amount in the atmosphere has changed over the years? Now you got a rubber ruler here, don't you?
Well, that's what the
They're
ice
short
core
5,700 years.
samples are from, dumbass.
Ice core samples or VARVs are great for it too.
Yeah.
We correct it a little bit. And the
Mhm.
funny thing is, even when we need to do correcting, it usually only changes the results by a couple thousand years. Which, if
Mhm.
you're measuring something that's like 30,000 years old, doesn't mean a ton.
And we can calibrate it with things that we know how old they are, like tree rings and things like that, and ice core samples where we know how old it is. And I know you're saying, oh, ice core samples don't work. No, they do work. No, they do. And they are annual ice core samples. As we said, your lost squadron was on an active glacier. We don't take the samples from there.
Yep. Try again, Kent.
Half-life,
Yep.
no carbon-14 atom should exist in any carbon older than 250,000 years, like coal. Yet it's proven impossible to find any.
I'm kind of torn because I partly want to debate him again, but I also don't. I don't because
No,
I know
I
it'll
get you.
be useless.
Yeah.
And it'll just give him more screen time that he doesn't deserve. But I want
pretty
to,
much.
so I can call him a freaking moron. Like, in a more polite way, but just being able to do that in my debate with him was so cathartic.
Mm-hmm.
But
natural source of carbon that does not contain significant amounts of C14. They've been unable to figure it out. The world's best laboratory learned during 2 decades of low C14 measurements how to not contaminate specimens.
Yeah, it's very easy to contaminate C14 samples. Yes.
yeah,
because if you have bacteria or something on it that is taking in C14, then it will contaminate your sample. It will.
Yep. Skin oils can do it too.
Yep.
A lot of geologists wear gloves all the time in the field. Also, just because rocks scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The constitutes strong evidence the Earth is only a few thousand.
Oh, Snelling.
Is that Institute of Creation Research.org?
Yep. Oh, Snelling, you bastard. You just had to write that article, didn't you?
Of course you did.
So for those who aren't familiar, diamonds usually don't have any carbon-14 in them, and they shouldn't because they're really freaking old. And there was a laboratory that ran diamonds and other materials that didn't have carbon-14 through a mass spectrometer to see if they could pick up any background carbon-14, to make sure their machine was accurate. And even when passing through all this stuff that had no carbon-14, they still read a little bit. So they said, oh, we were reading this much, so we have this much background carbon-14 in our system, so we know to subtract that now. Creationist geologist, heavy air quotes there, Andrew Snelling wrote an article about it, saying that they found carbon-14 in diamonds! And creationists have been running with it ever since. And I get animated about it because me and Beamsy, fellow geologist, were searching for it for months until one of our friends just said, oh, you mean this paper?
So I just want to point this out, the Institute of Creation Research. Can you share my screen
Yes, I can.
briefly? This is the Institution of Creation Research. The Institute of Creation Research is unique among scientific research organizations. Yeah, pretty much, because no one's as bad as you guys. Our research is conducted within a biblical worldview, since ICR is committed to the absolute authority of the inerrant word of God. The real facts of science will always agree with biblical revelation, because the God who made the world of God inspired the word of God. All origins research must begin with a premise. ICR holds that the biblical record of primordial history in Genesis 1:11 is factual, historical, and clearly understandable, and therefore all the things were created and made in 6 literal days. Life exists because it was created on the earth by a living creator. Further, the biblical flood was global and cataclysmic, and its after effects therefore explain most of the stratigraphic and fossil evidence found in the Earth's crust. It is within this framework that ICR research is conducted. And they've got a footnote here. Neither evolution nor creation can be scientifically proved, since they're dealing with history instead of repeatable science. For more information on this topic, by Dwayne Gish. Yes, the Gish Gallop guy. So they aren't even trying to hide it, that they start out with God did it, and then find the reasons why God did it. Not like, let's find out how it happened. Now, I do have another one, the Geological Society of America. Our vision to be the premier geological society supporting the global community in scientific discovery, communication, and application of geoscience knowledge. It's a global scientific society. Through its meetings, publications, and programs, GSA enhances the professional growth of geoscientists at all career levels, encourages cooperative research among Earth, life, planetary, and social sciences, fosters public dialogue on geoscience issues, and promotes the geosciences in the service of humankind. So out of those two, who do you think is the biased one?
Oh, the
Right?
GSA, obviously.
Obviously, right? So one is, hey, we start out with it was God, and we will only do research in that framework. And the other one is we want geoscience to benefit all of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like talk about mask off. They're just not even interested in hiding their bias. They're not even interested in it. And this is who he's using for references. There's a reason why no serious academic institution takes these people seriously.
And for anyone who's curious, the Geological Society of America it just has a lot of really great information about, geosciences. Like, they really do. They, if you like rocks, if you like learning about rocks in your backyard, they have tons of high quality maps of rock layers, and like you can reach out to them to help identify fossils and stuff. They're cool. They are cool.
And none of it has some chucklehead from a D-grade adventure park playing with dummies and toys.
Yeah, no, they're kind of busy doing,
Yeah,
science
geology
and education.
Yeah.
1,000 years old. ICR has a great article on that. Here's the assumptions. If I told you to fill a barrel with water, okay, but I drilled holes in the barrel. As you put water in, it starts leaking out. At some point, you're going to reach a stage we call equilibrium. It's leaking at the same speed you're adding it. So the question is, sunlight is putting carbon-14 in, and it's decaying, leaking out, like the barrel here. So how long would it take for the Earth to reach equilibrium? One assumption is that global levels of carbon-14, the atmosphere has not changed over time. The other assumption.
Okay, the thing is, Kent, we can tell that it has fluctuated because carbon-14 production is dependent on the amount of radiation entering the Earth's atmosphere, which is directly tied to the magnetosphere, which we can measure using like seafloor results.
And we can measure it in those ice core samples that you hate so much because they're annual core samples. And we can tell which years had the most C14 in the atmosphere because there's little bubbles of atmosphere trapped in that ice. Pretty cool, right?
Right. And I think I could be wrong. I think with those, you can just measure the proportion of parent to daughter because it's trapped in the bubble. It's different with a lot of biological materials because they aerate. But I think it's different with those. I could be wrong, though. So I might have gotten that mixed up. Just because because we use ice core samples to not calibrate radiometric dates, like carbon-14 days.
Is the corollary of the first. The biosphere has the same overall concentration due to equilibrium. Well, has it reached equilibrium? No. Radiocarbon dating is a key tool. But Science Daily did an article on that a couple years ago. Freshwater reservoir effect. I recommend you get my video number 7 where I cover this in greater detail without having to go so fast. But carbon dating, all of them are based on the obvious assumptions. Do we know the decay rate hasn't changed? Has
my
contamination? Has it reached equilibrium? You simply cannot know those things, Donnie. Okay, those are all wild guesses. I can show you examples.
Donnie, back me up on this one, Donnie.
The evolutionists, they don't.
Donnie, back me up.
Donnie, you know how to chill your books. Help me chill. Do it, Donnie.
Talk about the ice canopy, Donnie.
Also, he's red-faced. Holy crap.
Sorry?
Like, you can really see it with his hand. He is red-faced.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just sun or, whether he's just old or been drinking. I have no idea.
Oh, well, he's never tasted a drop of alcohol in his life.
I bet that was a list for his alcohol on his hand. I'm never going to let that go. That's so funny. I'm never going to let it go.
All right, I need to pinch my penny, so only the cheapest vodka will do.
Cheapest.
By that, they're missing the much bigger picture of the fundamental assumptions underlying the carbon dating. Okay, I'm sorry, too long. One more question.
No, that was great. That was nice and thorough for sure. Well, that is one of the most popular questions that ever comes up for the age of the Earth. And so the next one is probably the most important one, would be, what about distant starlight? Does the existence of stars being billions of light years away mean that the universe itself is also billions of years old?
Well, God could have created it yesterday with the stars billions of light years. See, a light year is not a time, it's a distance. A light year is how far does
So he's basically doing last Thursdayism. Like, there's no way you could tell if God created it yesterday and then just put all of your memories in. Well, yeah, no joke. I don't what?
Yeah, but also, like, a light year is both a unit of distance and time.
Yes.
And also actually velocity. Well, I guess velocity is just a unit of distance and time. So
correct, yeah. So it's just like kilometers per hour, like that's all it is. It's the speed of light per year. That's all. Except we're on the Kessel Run. Exactly, Rembrandt. Exactly. But that's actually parsecs.
I always forget, are parsecs time or distance?
Parsecs is distance, I believe. I think. Isn't it distance? It's distance. I'm sure it's distance. Yeah, length of unit of length to measure large distances. Yes.
Okay. Oh, right. Don't people talk about that because Han Solo says he completed something in such and such
less than 12 parsecs.
Is he talking about crossing like a meteor belt or something?
Well, I think they retconned it into the Han Solo movie that he basically took a route that was really short, kind of thing, but really dangerous. I think they retconned that in. But from the way he was talking in the original Star Wars, it did sound like he was talking about a unit of time.
I mean, like, hypothetically, if you're traveling at light speed, couldn't a parsec also be a unit of time? Because you would cover a parsec in a set distance while traveling at the speed of light, or in a set time while traveling at the speed of light.
I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know.
Go in 1 year. It goes 186,282.4 something miles per second. But how far does it go in a year? Well, a whole bunch. Okay. So a light year is a distance.
Oh yeah, that's
time.
accurate. A whole
Bible says
bunch.
17
Yeah, that's the
times.
most accurate calculation out of this whole video. A whole bunch. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. You use the same calculations for light as you do for bananas. Fantastic, Ken. That's just grand.
Oh, don't you mean a banana?
Banana.
God stretched out the heavens. I believe he made the earth first, then he made the stars a couple of days later, and he stretched them out into place. So they probably are billions of light years away. I don't argue they're not. I'm just saying it has
You
nothing to do with
also
time.
believe
There's a lot of stars.
that he created the earth and then the sun later on. Like, it's just so stupid.
Yeah. But for crying out loud, Kent, just stop talking, please. Just stop. Lose the internet connection. May lightning strike your cell tower.
Out there. God claims he made the heavens. I skipped some of this for time here, and supernovas and all that stuff. But as far as the distance to the stars, supernova, this is all on video number 7. Star burst, star deaths. There should be a new star forming. It should be 9 million new stars forming every year, every minute. Nobody's ever seen one form. Stars evolve. The deaths should equal, birth should equal deaths. We've seen them blow up.
We do see them form. We're currently seeing them form. There's young stars. What? Don't we see stars form?
Okay, so just maybe an analogy for Kent. There's about 400,000 babies born every day. No one has ever seen a baby grow up to full adulthood and die in a lifetime. Just that, if you look at it, like, for half a second in a day, you don't see a baby being born and die. In that half a second you look.
Yeah. But we see
the equivalent to a star.
But we see backwards in time when we're looking, because light takes so long to get to us. Essentially what we're doing is we're looking back in time, because that light, that star would have already formed from, billions of light years away. That star's already formed, but we might be seeing it in a sort of adolescent stage, and we can see different stars in different stages. So if we can sort of generate how old they are and look at them, we know what stage they're in. So yes, we do see stars form, but we just don't see one star. It takes so long to do. It's like his evolution thing. I want to see a frog turn into a man in 2 seconds flat. That's just not how it works, Ken. Like, you can demand to see things that are not possible. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Kent in a nutshell, isn't it?
Never seen a star form. So they're dreaming about all this. We don't know how a single star managed to form. They didn't know it 40 years ago, and they still don't know it today. Okay, they have some theories they talk about. So here we go. Let me get up. No one understands star formation. The Bible says God made the stars on day 4. He made the earth on day 1.
And when
he
was
counts
that
the number
from?
of the stars.
I want to see if that's within the last 20 years or whether it's like, 1942 or something. It was like World War II that he's looking at.
I
86.
think
Okay.
yeah,
Or
this
40 years
one's
ago, and they
from
still don't know it today. Okay.
86,
Yeah.
90, and 85.
So not within the last 20 years.
Nope.
Some theories they talk about. So here we go. Let me get up. No one understands star formation. The Bible says God made the stars on day 4. He made the earth on day 1. And he counts the number
Yeah,
of
and how does
stars.
that work, Ken?
You know,
What's the process for that? What's the
God did.
process? God done it. Yeah, you can't tell us the process. That's the thing. You want us to be able to tell you exactly the process this all happened. But instead of giving us a process of how it happened, you said God done it. Well, I could just say magic done it. I could say that it was just done by a magic unicorn. And you have the same level of explanatory power with that than you do with your God explanation. You haven't explained anything at all.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hey, look, Mark, he's only the head of creation science evangelism.
Oh.
Can't expect him to come up with an explanation for things. Well, an explanation you can actually test.
It doesn't mean he knows how many. Each star has a number. God can look at each star and say, oh, your star number, ABC. Stars in heaven, the waters that be above the heaven. Let me skip all that for you. So, Hubble telescope and other telescopes, they looked at a spot above the Big Dipper. They thought there was nothing there. If you took a grain of sand and held it at arm's length, that's the size of the spot they were looking at. They kept looking at that continuous viewing of that spot where they thought there was nothing, took a bunch of pictures and said, man, there's more stars in there than we can count. That's new ones we didn't know about. Yeah. Stars are so far away, they appear to be pinpoints of light. Here's the problem with measuring star distance. I taught trigonometry for years.
But wait. We cannot see their size or shape. 1988.
Yeah, but that's Hawkins, A Brief History of Time. I've read that. No, for the vast majority of the stars, there is only one characteristic we can observe, the color of their light, and that gives us the wavelengths. But luckily, there's standard candles that we can tell how far away they are. So he's quote mining. He's taken him out of context.
Oh, wow, what a big surprise.
So it says vast majority. That's not all of them, Kent, is it? Is it, mate?
Oh, also, there is at least one star we can observe directly. I think it's right above you right now, Mark.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, I've seen plenty of pictures of that star.
I taught trigonometry for years. If you have to calculate an unknown distance, you have to have 2 observation points and know the angles, and you can use simple trigonometry, sine, cosine, tangent. Okay. If you looked at a building seen from the left eye and then the right eye, you notice it appears to shift over. So with a little mathematics, you can calculate the distance to a building if you measure the angles accurately. Yeah, I understand. That guy's been doing it too long. Earth is about 8,000 miles in diameter. Okay. Well, if you're on opposite sides of the Earth looking at a star, you're making a triangle, 2 observers pointing to one star. All right. Well, that doesn't give you much of an angle. So they try to make it bigger, the base of the triangle. 93 million miles is the distance to the sun. That's 8 light minutes. From the sun to the Earth, 8 light minutes. So the diameter of our orbit is 16 light minutes. 1 year has 525,000 minutes in it. So if you let that little circle be the Earth's orbit around the sun, this is not Earth's diameter, this is the orbit. Call it 16 inches instead of 16 light minutes. We're going to try to measure 525,000 inches. That's 8 miles.
Please use metric.
That's the triangle problem you get with...
Everybody in astronomy uses metric. Like, seriously, they've just given up on empirical.
I mean, that's everyone in the sciences that matter.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like, we calculated everything in meters.
Why wouldn't you?
So much easier.
Yeah.
1 light year. Do you think you can accurately measure the angles? How do you know exactly where you were 6 months ago? I mean, how close?
Look, I'm sorry, Kent, that you're not very bright, but sadly, we can measure things pretty freaking accurately. Oh, you okay, Mark?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, you have a be right back sign up.
Yeah, I'll back in a sec. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, just to everyone in the chat, Yeah, we can measure angles. Like we can do that. We can measure an angle to something. And believe it or not, we can measure things pretty precisely. And the thing is, it gets easier to calculate the precision of an angle the farther you are from it. Like, crying out loud. Let's see. Now, hey, Australia hasn't put someone on the moon yet. That doesn't mean they haven't yet, or they won't ever. Uh, sorry, God. Sydney gives a list of star-forming regions. It's nice to see. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's right, Justin. Kent thinks he knows everything. Everything that you could possibly know, Kent already knew it before you did, even if you discovered it. He's an interesting person. Let's put it that way. Oh, see.
My apologies.
Oh, you're fine. How did Kent inspire you to go start drinking again?
Yeah, I need to wash my mouth out.
Ah.
That leaves a bad taste.
Hmm. You
So
know,
it's basically this.
I hear bleach can help with that.
Oh, nice. It's kind of we've built up this knowledge of sort of the orbit of Earth and where we are in relation to the sun, and we've built over this through scientific progress for ages. It's kind of like this whole like anything that doesn't agree with him, he's just willing to toss because it doesn't agree with him. He'll just go, oh, well, I like the science I like. You're starting with the basis that there is a God and the Bible is true. You're doing exactly what creation research does. You're tossing everything that disagrees with it and going, bah, humbug, it's all lies and it's all this and it's all, they don't know. And you're not even trying to understand how they figured it out. And anything that is problematic in your world, you make excuses for, like a friggin' ice canopy. I mean, I don't see an ice canopy in that diagram, Ken.
Well, I mean, this is after the flood, apparently. Yeah, this man he manages to be both boring and infuriating at the same time. Ugh.
How close can that be? Since not only are we going around the sun's moving around the galaxy. Now you really got a mathematical problem. Earth's orbit around the sun, 16 light minutes. 1 light year triangle, 1 light year, would have an angle of 0.017 degrees. And that's assuming you know your exact location 6 months ago on opposite sides of the sun. I think the whole thing is baloney.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
If you had,
do you know how fast we're going around the galaxy?
I'm not. Well, I mean, wouldn't you measure that in degrees per, I don't know, millennium or something?
Yeah.
Would it be in degrees per million years or something like that?
It takes a long time to sort of get a complete orbit of the galaxy. 200 million years, apparently. So yeah, we're kind of traveling, but we can account for that. We can use parallax to account for that. It's so yeah, I don't know. It's just ignorant.
Well, wait, and also, so the triangle has an angle of 0.017 degrees. I'm gonna assume that's at this point over here, because you can just measure the points from the Earth to the sun over here, and I guarantee it's going to be more than that. Like, I'm not sure Kent knows how triangles work.
I have no idea.
Two surveyors, 16 inches apart, and move the third dot. You don't know how far it is. They don't know. They're supposed to figure it, but it's 830 miles away. They would get two guys on the roof in Pensacola to look at a dot in Chicago. They're 16 inches apart, focusing on a dot. All they know is their distance between themselves and how far out of parallel their telescopes are. That's the problem with measuring these distances. That's insane to say you can measure 15 billion light years. Now, the stars might be that far away. I'm not arguing they're not. I'm saying we don't know. We can't tell. Limitations of distance measurements. Point.
He's this close to being a flat earther. This close to being a flat earther.
Come on, Kent.
0.1 arc second. Very difficult to measure from Earth. You also got the Earth's atmosphere interfering with atmospheric twinkle. So they're saying you can measure 326 light years. All right, I'll give them 350 light years. You can't measure billions. So then they try to use parallax trigonometry. Let's get an angle, or get the distance to a close one, and then use parallax to go further than that. It's still the same problem, much worse problem. I can get up here. Okay. This textbook says they can measure 100 light years. All right, I'll give them 100. 2021, using parallax trigonometry, they got to where they could measure out, let's see, star distance, very distant stars. Downloaded a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I think they're now claiming they can measure 500 light years, I think is the number they're using. Well, why are we claiming these stars are billions of light years away? Donnie, I'm not saying they're not. They could be, but it doesn't matter. Plus, it's the obvious assumption. If God stretched out the heavens, he could have made them yesterday and stretched them out to that distance. And they could be that far away, which is nothing.
Last Thursdayism. Thank you, Kent, for finally getting to your point.
Yeah.
To do with time. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. Okay. I think when we look at the universe, we should say, wow, God, you're amazing. I don't have a problem worshiping him. Not a problem at all. Okay, next question.
Amen, brother. This is what we need.
No bias
Good,
on
comprehensive answers to these common questions, Dr. Hovind.
Comprehensive
The next
answers.
common question.
God damn it. Yeah, comprehensive. Explains everything. Yeah, so...
Oh, no, tree ring dating.
So the furthest star we can see is Arendelle. It's located something 28 billion light years away. So yeah. 200, no. Is there anything happening over this time which would maybe allow us to see stars further away? Is there anything being developed? I don't know, like an object for allowing you to see things further away. And maybe we've come up with some, I don't know, weird technology to stop the atmosphere interfering with some kind of device that allows us to see things further away. Has that happened maybe?
No, technology stopped progressing in 1986.
Oh, I forgot. We just had our telescopes on Earth. That's right, it's a telescope. That's right. We had our telescopes on Earth and we just stopped building them bigger. And we just sat them on Earth and we didn't bother to, I don't know, shoot them up out of the atmosphere so that doesn't interfere. Oh, I forgot. There was the Hubble, completely unrelated. I don't know why that came up, the Hubble. And oh, the James Webb. I don't know why that came up, just completely unrelated. Your points are so mired in like the first half of the century of whoever you stole them from. It's ridiculous.
And correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't gravitational lensing allow you to see even farther?
Yes, it does. It's like somebody going, oh, bicycles can't possibly move that fast because the penny farthing could not reach those speeds. What are you talking about? We've invented stuff since then, Ken. I know that you don't understand technology and you can't even use an organizer on your phone and have to write stuff on your hand like some kind of demented chimpanzee, but seriously.
No, don't call him a chimp. That's an insult to chimps.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't. Maybe we can just call him an amoeba.
Maybe.
Or a strawberry.
Strawberry. He is a bit red, I got to say. Little bit.
Question that comes in, age of the Earth related. and I'll put it up on the screen for people to see. Now that we've dealt with dating methods, distant starlight, Kent, you did an excellent job dealing with ice core dating during your presentation, so we don't need to go over that one again. So this one, does tree ring dating refute a young Earth?
Oldest tree. Here is the oldest tree in the world, the Methuselah tree. Still growing, barely hanging in there. We've got a log of a bristlecone pine in our science center that's got 700 rings. Bristlecone pine, which is what the Methuselah tree is, grow very slow. This is a log we've got from 30 inches, 700 rings in it. Tree ring dating is not an exact science. Trees often produce more than one ring a year. They're actually measuring the seasons, rainy season, dry season. What if you had a rainy spring, a dry summer, and a rainy fall? You're going to get 2 rings. Occasionally, trees produce more than one ring in a year. Extra ring, called a false ring, can be the result.
Okay, first,
Occasionally.
if only there was a way for us to reconstruct the climate during specific years to figure it out. If only. Second, if only there was another method to independently date the age of these organic carbon-containing samples.
Ooh, yeah, that would be cool. Didn't we just talk about that?
And third, they're talking about an extra ring here. Not every tree will produce an extra ring. In fact, there are some that are more likely to just not produce a ring at all. So let's go with that, Kent. Let's say that they skip a couple years. I think that might hurt you a little. Like, come on, Kent. I'm sorry. Science can come together to say you're an idiot, and it does a lot.
Result of drought stress in the middle of a growing season. Evidence for multiple ring growth per year in bristlecone pine. Article in creation.com about that. Multiple ring growth per year. Let's see. Might interest you to know, trees go back at least 8,000 years without being disturbed by Noah's flood. Oh, they're trying to say the flood is wrong. Okay, that's the secular web trying to prove it. Young Earth Proof 27, the oldest tree, 4,300 years old. This guy, we go back 8,000 years. Oh, really? Okay. Different locations on the mountain affect tree growth. If a tree is growing on one side of a mountain where it gets lots of rain, and on the other side it doesn't get any rain, 2 trees on the opposite side of the same mountain will have different ring patterns. Really? So they match up overlapping tree rings of living and dead bristlecone pine. Wait a minute. You drill into the tree and you get a ring sample, and you overlap that with a dead tree. What if your dead trees across the mountain got a different ring, on the other side of the mountain?
You account for it.
Yes.
Like, it's not that hard, Kent. Like, I'm sorry. Most scientists aren't morons. They think of things like this and account for them.
And they've done like years and years and years studying it. So when they're lining up tree rings, they're looking for specific things. And it's really interesting because something I forgot to mention with the ice core samples is we can actually see on the ice core the perturbations in Earth's movement around the sun, how it affects it, kind of thing. We can actually see the fluctuations in the path of our orbit. Like we can line these things up with one another. This is the thing.
Also, haven't we done this with like a birch grove that goes back, was it 16,000 years or something?
I think that one is a clonal tree, so it keeps sort of it's a clonal. So it's not the individual tree that goes back that long. It's the clones of the tree go back that long.
Which, I mean, hey, it's pretty neat.
But this is what Kent does. Anything that sort of shows him, he just throws it out. Says, "Oh no, we can't tell that." Yeah, we can, Kent. That's the thing.
These things can affect the growth. Rainfall, floods, glacial activity, atmospheric pressure, volcanic activity, variations in nearby stream flows show up in the rings. We could have disease and excessive activity by pests. We had to take down about 30 trees on our property because of the stupid pine bark beetles. They can hurt it. So what they do, they overlap tree rings from a living tree, from a dead tree, and from maybe a piece of wood off a building or something, from a log from the ruins. This is how they get the dates to stretch back further. I think in a court of law, any judge would throw all that out. Say, look, that's not science. You don't know that measuring the same thing. Rain shadow. Trees on the rainy side have different ring patterns than trees on the leeward side. Here's things that can affect tree ring growth patterns. The rain shadow, the prevailing wind, the rain patterns, different growth rates of trees growing near each other. What if there's a tall tree growing on the one under it doesn't get the sunlight? The big one gets the sunlight. Then the big one dies. Now the little one gets it and it grows faster, just simply by being overshadowed with another tree. How would you know that when you found a log? Prevailing wind, rain patterns, get different growth rates in trees each year. Disease. One area of the forest might be diseased right beside a tree that's disease-free. Trees that grow near each other can have different growth ring patterns.
Can tell.
One tree can be overshadowed, like I mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah,
Good soil versus bad soil.
Into account.
Same plant, same genetics, different soil.
Yeah.
Well, the growth rate's going to be different. Soil conditions can vary next door, causing different growth patterns. The general Sherman tree.
Why do I feel like all of these answers are scripted? Like the questions aren't just questions from people; it's just scripted kind of thing. Like it really feels that way. That they just wrote the questions and the answers just as a script kind of thing. Yeah, they just.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they are, because like a pop-up appears in the corner of Kent's screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Saying the question, or like leading into the question. And yeah, he can't come up with that stuff on the fly.
Yeah. This is educational masturbation, quite frankly. He's just basically written the questions himself and gone, oh, say these are questions. So the fans are bringing them in questions. Yeah, exactly. You didn't have, this is him basically, he's setting himself up for these answers, and it's kind of sad, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Also, like usually when people do educational stuff, they're like, okay, questions from the audience kind of thing, and they'll let them ask questions. Kent's not doing it. He's not interested in that.
Do you want to talk about constipated faces? He's
Need
ready
more fiber,
to go.
Need more fiber, buddy.
They tested it, so it's only 2,000 years old. Well, what happened? 2,000-year-old General Sherman tree. Middle-aged giant sequoia. Other trees are believed to be 3,200 years old. Well, where's the million-year-old trees?
Where's the billion-year-old trees from when trees didn't exist? Yeah, that's great.
I'm pretty sure he said 1 million, but...
A million? Still, trees don't live that long, dude. Like, where's the million-year-old human? Come on, man. Seriously? What is wrong with you? This is what I mean. Every time he gets stuck, he just asks for something that's not possible to produce. Where's the human that can jump across the country? Where's the human that can lift a house on its back? Like, come on, dude.
There are limits.
He did say billion. Jordan disagreed with you. Jordan's on my team. I'm with you, Jordan. I think he said billion as well.
All right.
Be 3,200 years old. Well, where's the million-year-old trees?
I heard an M.
I said million. I'm changing my mind. Jordan, you're on your own, mate. You've lost me.
Yes, win.
Thanks for the backup.
General
buddy.
Grant moved up to the giant sequoia.
Come to the million side. We have trees.
We sure do. We sure do.
Size when the Washington tree lost the hollow upper half of its trunk after a fire. Once thought to be 2,000 years old, recent estimates suggest the General Sherman Grant tree is closer to 1,600. No big deal. Take off 350 years, just like that. So I think the tree ring dating is they're whistling in the dark, trying to scare off the bad guys. The Methuselah tree, oldest non-clonal organism.
They're whistling in the dark, trying to scare off the bad guys. What is that analogy? What?
As of 2016, at the ripe old age of 4,800, another bristlecone pine was discovered to be over 5,000. Well, again, you're back to the problem of the variations with all the things that cause variations, but that's not millions. And the Bible says there was a flood 4,400 years ago.
We're not using trees to say that the Earth is millions or billions of years old. We're just saying these trees have been around since before your flood is supposed to have happened. That's what this is addressing. Not every piece of evidence has to specifically say that the Earth is billions of years old for the Earth to be billions of years old.
And considering that the flood was supposed to be strong enough to sort every single fossil and every single bit of land into its current geological formation, and the flood lasted a year. Let's not forget that little tidbit. That I don't see how these trees could survive it. That's the whole point. It's not they're billions of years old. It's just they couldn't survive the flood. As well as surviving the ice canopy before then. Don't forget that.
Yeah, dropping on top of them because We had
Yeah.
glaciers in California. Ugh, his constant conflations.
Oh
Just,
yeah.
like,
Oh
sorry, this
yeah.
stream is just reminding me why I don't want to interact with this
Mhm.
person. Because just he conflates so much, and it's
Oh yeah.
ugh.
And his analogies are terrible. They never work. Like they're so unanalogous. They do not, like his one of, biological creatures are like cars. No, they're not. They're not at all like cars. Like, come on, seriously? Oh, radiocarbon dating is like having a pen. Where did you find this? Like,
Yeah, like he's as petty as a kindergartner, and he debates like a preteen. Grow up, Kent Hovind.
it's arrested development all the way down.
Some trees might have survived the flood. Some trees might have been ripped out, redeposited after the flood. Floods do that all the time. 4,300-year-old bristlecone pine, Earth's oldest organism. Okay. Why not 50,000? My point would be the oldest individual trees,
Because
4,800,
trees
which
don't
is
last that long. Because biological things have an age limit. And even though trees last a long time, they don't last that long. You might as well ask why humans die out. And yeah, without your 900-year-old Adam or whatever, or Noah or whatever he was.
4,800 rings. Okay. You don't know it's years old. That fits fine with the Bible. Even 5,000 would fit fine with the Bible.
How? It should have been annihilated by your flood.
Yep.
Like, that was supposed to kill everything.
Well, it said all the animals on the earth and in the air. I'm not sure everything.
Well,
But yeah, I mean, if he's describing a flood for a year, that tree is dead. Like, it's dead.
it's under 1,000 feet of water. Dead.
Yes.
Because they're not years, they're rings. Methuselah tree could be 5,000 years old. So I cover plenty on that. Why isn't there a tree with 100,000 rings? God made everything 6,000 years ago, 4,400 years ago, there was a flood. And trees can survive a flood or be uprooted and redeposited. So to say they're millions of years old is absolute insanity. Cannot be.
Over being a
Okay.
year
Any questions?
underwater? No, they can't, Ken. No. Show me a tree that's been a year completely submerged underwater, like at the bottom of the ocean, and tell me that's going to survive. Come on now.
Wait. I gotta see. Oh,
When was the flood?
wow. No, so he is about to say that this is saying that there are 370 million-year-old trees.
No,
To say they're
that's
millions of
when
years old
they-
is absolute insanity. Cannot be.
That's when
Okay.
they
Any
first
questions,
came onto the scene. Like, that before then there wasn't. That's when trees evolved, not when a singular tree. Oh boy. Oh wow.
Yeah, just look at his thought process here. Like, why are there no trees with 25,000 or 200,000 if the Earth is billions of years old? 6,000 is an inch, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got one more. This one is for a young Earth creationist. How would we address the ordering of the fossil record? Doesn't the order of the fossils in the rock stratum mean that the Earth must be old? Because the order is used to explain how organisms went from the bottom layers that are more primitive to more complex organisms such as humans in the higher levels. You covered that briefly a little bit earlier, but that is a major hiccup for the evolutionists.
Okay, I'm trying to find it at the same time. The ordering
Major
of the fossils.
hiccup for us.
What?
What?
Wait, why? Sorry, I missed
not
that.
a
Why
hiccup
is
The
it
bottom
for
layers
us.
that are more primitive to more complex organisms such as humans in the higher levels. You covered that briefly a little bit earlier, but that is a major hiccup for the evolutionists.
you
No, it's not. It's a major hiccup for the creationists, Matt. What are you talking about?
Matt, you hollow-headed jack-o'-lantern of a man. Oh, think before you word.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, folks. I've moved on from melon. I found a new favorite insult. And it fits that grinning goblin in the top right.
Okay, I'm trying to find it at the same time. The ordering of the fossils. They will say, and I've got slides I could use for this if I can find it quickly. They will say clams are generally at the bottom of their so-called geologic column. I agree.
No, they're not. They're found
No.
throughout.
And birds are generally at the top. I agree.
No, they're not. They're found through the last 150 million years.
And they say, doesn't that prove that the clams evolved to birds? No. See,
No.
Nobody thinks clams evolved to birds. What are you talking about? So is he talking about like really primitive organisms being like modern day mollusks?
Maybe. Or knowing Kent, he might actually just be saying modern clams evolved into modern birds.
Wow. Like, just because there were things like ages ago, there were things like, trilobites and things like that, doesn't mean that they're automatically clams. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah,
And he taught science. Yeah, no, I get you, Daryl. It's those poor children.
I've got this image in my head right now of how my brain is reacting to this. And it's just I feel like he said that the world went black and white and my brain just cracked like a glass pane. Like, what? Just stop. What?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
clams might be at the bottom. I'll get my slides up here just a second here. I do it helps when you ask the questions in the same order. I've got my slides. Let me go to fine. Here it is. There.
Oh, and so Beamsy's here. Beamsy knows the image I'm thinking of. For a hint for it, you bit my tail. There we go.
The clams might be at the bottom of the so-called geologic column, which does not exist anywhere, because clams are already at the bottom when the flood starts. Wouldn't they be the first ones buried? I mean, that's where they live. The flood, water racing around, mudslides would bury the clam beds, and they're found petrified closed. Interesting. Kind of clams open when they die. Happened here, didn't open. There.
All of them.
There.
Well, isn't his other argument that they're found up the tops of mountains?
Yes.
So how the hell did they get up there, Ken?
And why are only those ones up there?
Right. So the water buried them and then swept them up a mountain? Is that what you're trying to say? What are you saying? I don't know what he's saying.
He knows what he's saying.
No, this is a confused man. This is a man who does not know what he's saying.
I think he just says random crap, and then if it makes him less money, he changes it.
You could be right. You could be right.
Maybe birds are found on top because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. So they might be sorted based upon their habitat. These are already at the bottom. That's why they're there. They're not always
the birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. Are they really? Are they? What about the penguins, Kent? Did the penguins drown in the flood? What about the pterosaurs?
What about insects?
But there could be a different reason than one evolving into the rest. Let's see. Fossil
what
record,
about the
geologic
emus?
column.
What about the ostriches? They can't fly, Ken. So why are they found only with the other birds? What about seabirds? Yeah, good point, Daryl. What about seabirds? Listen to Daryl. What about seabirds? What about seagulls? What about pelicans?
How about Hesperornis?
Oh, good one.
Yeah.
It's on here somewhere. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, but they're not a record. Oh, here we go. Maybe it's in here.
Sorry, they're not a record. No.
They could also be sorted based upon their intelligence.
My science
as far as we know.
Oh, sorted on intelligence.
Clams aren't too smart. Okay, they could be sorted based upon their mobility. Clams can't run very fast. They could be sorted based upon their body density. clam feathers or clam shells are heavier than bird feathers. So there's other reasons to claim if there's any
Clams
sorting at all.
swim?
Some of them can, yeah. It's actually really
Yeah,
funky to see.
Yeah, don't they like the opening closing to sort of jump and push water? Some of them can actually sort of swim. I mean, it's not great swimming, but some of them can actually swim. Probably better than Kent, I would imagine. And certainly probably better than some of the people that have visited
I
Kent.
found a video.
Oh, yeah, check this out. Yeah.
They swim so silly, but they do swim.
Yeah, they do swim. Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
I love it. I don't know. I think they're cute. I think they're really cute.
And the funny thing was, it saw him and then it swam away because they actually do have eyes. That's neat. Oh, that was adorable.
Swim better than you, Kent. Swim better than you.
Yeah, swim better than someone Kent interacted with.
Yeah, I was making a reference to that, and I was like, I cut myself off. That's really terrible. Oof.
I mean, he did worse, but yeah.
Yeah.
It could be a density situation. Why do these things, when you flip them over?
You know what's really weird? Australians are taught to swim almost compulsory to get swimming lessons. Like we're taught to swim from very early age, kind of thing. It's really interesting that can you swim is not a question you ask over here.
At least here in the U.S., it's kind of regional. Like I found
Right.
a lot of people in cities don't, but like I grew up on a river. Everyone knew how to swim.
Right. Yeah, well, everyone lives on the coast here, so everybody learns to swim, like everybody. So it's not even a question that you generally would ask. It's just you assume everyone can swim. But I've talked to other people in other countries, and they say, no, I wouldn't assume that. And it's like, yeah, we just assume everybody can.
Yeah. But like I said, just depends on where you're from, I guess.
Yeah.
Why do they make different layers?
Right.
It's the density of the sand. Got nothing to do with anything else. I'm sorry, I can't find it now, but I do have pictures just showing that what I just said. 4 other reasons why they may be sorted. Okay?
It's layers. Oh, that's great. I love it. Look, it's in layers. Well, it's not in layers, but
Oh, sorry, Kent. Even your props calling BS. On you.
Yeah. The props going, nah, I won't be party to this. No.
No, wait, the props doing this.
Next thing, the dummy's going to go, no, I'm not going to.
No, get me out of here.
No. That's it. I'm out.
You don't need billions of years to explain the so-called ordering in the fossil record.
Well, first, I don't think there is a strict order to the fossil. There's no such thing as a fossil record. And they're certainly not always in that order. If you found a clam on top, they would have it like clams like this are found on top of Mount Everest.
Do you love that? Do you love that constantly walking away from it? It's like, well, it's not strict. Wait a second, it's not a fossil record. Well, no, it's not
And yet he just appealed to their being in order.
Yes, he did. He
He
said the clams are at the bottom because they can't run very fast. That's a top-notch scientist right there. Clams can't run, so they're at the bottom.
Or something like that. Rather than say, man, maybe my theory's wrong, they will dance around the tree to try to find a way to make it fit their theory. You can't, don't expect them to give in on that one.
So, okay, you've done an excellent job. I have a bonus question. You made some fantastic points on the ice canopy, and I was wondering what your thoughts were on the objection to those that like to reject the ice canopy. They'll say that this solid layer or strip of ice would make it almost impossible to see the stars in the pre-flood world. Do you have any thoughts on that, or have you heard that before?
Well, if it was a couple fingers thick and super cold, 400 below zero, and crystal clear, you can see the stars better.
Right.
Because it would compress our atmosphere down. Right now, we get what's called atmospheric twinkle because you look at the stars and the air is moving around and things are affecting it. So they want to get a telescope out.
if the air is pressurized, you have the same number of molecules to look through. If anything, it would be worse because they're forced in together, so there'd be more moving around.
How dare you talk sense in this stream? How dare you?
Yeah, Donnie is an embarrassment to Canada. Apparently, I grew
he
up within
from
like 50
Canada?
miles of where Kent grew up. So
Look, okay, so Donnie is an embarrassment to used car salesmen, and that takes quite some doing. Like, that takes a lot to do. I mean, look, okay, so I'm hassling Donnie. I don't mind Donnie. Donnie is what he is. I've met a million salespeople like him, and I do have to say though, and I'll say this every time, he does run a good debate channel. I'll give him that. He's always on time. I've never been confused about when the time is. I've never, he always gives the best times and sets them and notifies. He runs a great channel. But yeah. Oh, hey, Donnie.
Oh, hey.
I'm just hassling you.
Yeah.
New cars too. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was just used. Don't know why I thought that.
Yeah, sorry. Donnie, you need to get better guests on your channel. You need to stop associating with Kent. It'd probably be better for you in the long run.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to tell somebody how to run their channel. I just find this hilarious, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, it's the same thing he's run out. He constantly references DVD spooky because it's the same arguments he's always used from the, you look up once, look up all.
Outside of our atmosphere, like the Hubble telescope flying around, to eliminate the atmospheric twinkle. So no, I think a canopy overhead would actually enhance the ability to see the stars. They'd be much more clear.
Right. So it's
yeah,
not really
and the problem is if you
of
also compress the atmosphere, you've got more of a heat problem than what you started out with. So your ice canopy that's meant to solve the heat problem, not only does it insulate you from the freezing temperature of space that radiates heat, that's exactly why it's there. Not only that, number two is that you'll compress the atmosphere and make the heat problem worse. So congratulations, your solution has just made it way worse.
I mean, that's par for the course for Kent.
Yep.
the ice canopy model, it's a feature. You'd be able to see the stars better. And then the other major objection is people
It's a
say
feature, not a bug. It's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, right. Any luck finding a debate partner for me, Donnie?
Oh dear.
Been
Didn't
waiting
you
on
do
word for that for a
McQueen
couple weeks now.
recently? Didn't you do McQueen?
Yeah, I want to do one about animals, though.
Oh, okay, sure.
I gave Donnie 3 prompt ideas and asked if he could find someone who'd be interested in debating one of them.
Okay. Well, I mean, good luck. Yeah, that'd be really cool. And with all of the tumultuous stuff, and just to say this to Donnie, like all the tumultuous stuff on MDD at the moment, the moderation of SFT is good. Like it is. I'm really sorry if you're offended, but it is. There's no screaming matches. There's no, like, sometimes on MDD, I have just been screamed at for 2 hours.
I do feel Kent usually tangents a bit too long, but yeah, better than the competition from what I've seen.
The problem with Kent is he will demand things that he has no intention of doing himself. Like, so that stick to one topic at a time, and then he'll gish gallop with multiple topics, or he'll sort of go no insults and then insult the person opposite him. So that's my problem with Kent. That's what he does. He will demand you do something, and then the first opportunity he'll just do it himself, and it's so hypocritical. I don't like it.
Oh, sorry, I gotta read this out. Evolution is false in the case of Kent. He cannot adapt to his ideas being debunked thousands of times. His environment is public humiliation, and he is perfectly suited for it.
He has reached evolutionary equilibrium with public humiliation. Okay, Jordan, that's awesome.
there'd be
Yeah.
regulation problems on the Earth. There'd be maybe too much heat, or it'd be too warm for life on the planet. Any thoughts on that, Ken?
Well, if you start with the assumption that God designed it all, he thought of everything, okay? If the Earth indeed had a canopy of ice overhead, which I strongly believe it did, now it's now gone, I think that's where the Ice Age came from that super cold ice being up, which is why the animals are found frozen around the North Pole area, standing up, food still in their teeth. And they died of suffocation, like a rapid snowfall.
No. Okay, so we do have some Ice Age animals that appear to have died, probably froze to death.
Yeah.
And or got buried
Wasn't there a
in
mammoth that we
snow.
found standing up, and it was very unusual?
I think so. I could be wrong, but it seems probable that they would have slept standing up, and
Yeah.
depending on how stable they were, one could have died in its sleep. And
Yeah,
been
the new Jarkov
frozen.
mammoth was dug up in a standing position. But see, the thing is, if there is like a avalanche or something like that, it's not that unusual. Like, it's not like, just because it's found standing up doesn't mean that you get to say that an ice canopy descended on the poles due to magnetism, of all things. You've got to show that's actually the case, and Kent doesn't. He just claims it because it's a crutch, because he's already decided this is what happened, and he's just using it as a post hoc rationalization to say, hey, I can pull this out of my ass. Like, sure, it was an ice canopy.
And especially when we can trace the paths of the glaciers. Like, the glacier paths are very well understood. Oh, and hello, Beamsy.
Beamsy!
Good morning.
Howdy,
Beamsy,
you
is my
missed all
chat
the stuff
working
about
for
the
you?
geologic column.
Oh no, I tried to enter something before and it didn't let me. I'll contact YouTube about that.
Yeah, please, because I've literally done everything I can.
Yeah, I know you've done everything on your side. It's probably on my end. I can type in Dino's chat. But the biggest aspect of the ice canopy descending is the aspect of potential energy.
Yep.
How much energy
Potential
is stored?
energy,
Yeah. It would have to dissipate the energy that is in orbit to descend onto the surface. And
Well, I don't think it's in orbit. I mean, I think it's just fixed kind of thing. I don't think it's actually. I don't know. There's a lot unknown about this mythical frigging ice globe. Can we call it the snow globe?
he always refers to it above
yeah.
the atmosphere and pressing against the atmosphere. So
yes.
By definition, that would have to at least be in orbit. And the friction you're talking about is already heating it up, and that would be heating the atmosphere up. But it's still, you're going from the top of the atmosphere to the surface of the planet, and 1 kilo of ice, it would have the same potential energy as 1 kilo of rock, and there is slightly more than 1 kilo of ice up there.
Slightly.
You think? yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so.
I could do the maths on screen if you want to figure out how much potential energy we're talking about, but we're talking big hole in the ground.
Yeah, I threw up a picture of the Siberian traps earlier and said, this, but the North and South Poles. Is that about accurate?
There wouldn't be a North and South Pole.
So yes. But also, so come on, where's Sorry, talking about mammoths reminded me of something really, really cool. So these are the skulls of 2 mammoths that died after getting their tusks locked together in combat.
Wow.
Yeah, they got locked together and apparently starved.
Yeah, see, there you go, guys. This is why you shouldn't, like, fight with your bros. Like, you just lock your tusks together and die. Like, how humiliating. Like, you don't want to be found dead with the person you hate the most, right? Or your frigging rival.
Yeah. It's just interesting because we see this exact thing happen like today with deer. Just apparently it also happened with mammoths. Just kind of nutty.
Do you know if Proboscideans slept standing up?
I'm pretty sure elephants do. Let's see. They can sleep standing up, yes. And so it's likely that like mammoths could as well. I think
Well,
it's just like a common ungulate thing.
Cow tipping is a good pastime.
I wouldn't go mammoth tipping. That sounds like way too much work, quite frankly.
Yeah,
It just... I
wouldn't try to tip an elephant cow. That probably wouldn't end well for you.
Yeah, no. All right, let's move on. Let's get this done.
Yeah. Let's finish
20
it.
or 30 feet of snow probably fell in 10 minutes when this ice canopy, and it was 400 below zero snow. So it would fall quickly and start plowing its way out as as it builds up deep enough, it starts avalanching out, leaving behind
I'm sorry,
drumlins and
did he
drumlin
say
moraines. And I think the whole ice age
400
can be
below
explained.
zero? What is that in? I mean, I hate to like pick on the precision of such an esteemed professional as Doc Dino of Dinosaur Adventureland, but what is that in? 400 below? Do you mean 400 Celsius?
I mean, considering it's Kent,
I think he's talking about 400 Fahrenheit, right?
It would have to be
I'm
Fahrenheit
pretty sure.
because 400 below zero is below absolute zero when you're talking about in Celsius.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So, according to Google, that would be about negative 240 C.
Yeah. I think you what? I don't. Okay.
Sorry, I have to debunk Sydney in your chat, Mark, really quick. Sydney says that whales don't sleep standing up. I beg to differ.
Who? John? Like Sydney Raptor?
Yeah. Whales.
That's not my chat. That's yours.
Oh, it is my chat. Whoops. Yeah, here you go. They're ungulates.
Can't even recognize the same chat. Yeah.
They sleep upward. Whales are cool.
The canopy, though, would increase the air pressure. And there's a thing called tidal pumping. Let's say here's the moon up here. Here's the moon. And it's holding a tide of water up right now. But it would also hold the canopy back and forth. It would, as the Earth is spinning, the tide, you have an air tide, actually, with this canopy going up and down maybe a few miles. I don't know.
What?
In relation to the Earth. So it's holding that, and that's pumping the air around. You get constant breeze circulation, nice gentle breeze, perfect temperature everywhere. And if this outer space is minus 459, minus.
I'm sorry. The moon is pumping the air around. Do you know why? Like, it's because it's a fluid that the tides move with the moon, and there's solar tides as well, but that's only what, about half as strong as a lunar tide, right? But the reason why it is because it's liquid. If you had an ice canopy, it's not going to be moving that, and an ice canopy wouldn't even have the structural integrity to remain up there in the first place. This is insane. But no, apparently the gravity is somehow affecting the air beneath the ice canopy, but not the ice canopy itself. How does that work?
He did say that the ice canopy does go up and down by miles, probably. But the problem is
maintain its structural integrity in that, like
The issue is, for it to stay up there long enough without interaction, it would have to be miles thick, therefore cutting out all electromagnetism.
No, he said it was 1, maybe 2 inches.
And then it gets to, if it's that thin, how does it maintain itself? Because if it was that
Who
thin,
knows?
the friction and with the motion that he's talking about, it would be broken up, and then the friction of moving against the atmosphere would burn it up, turn it into water, and it would vaporize.
Sorry, I think Justin might have stumbled upon the answer.
I noticed, and for some reason your avatar picture is just perfect for that comment. I don't know why. I just
Oh dear.
73 Kelvin or 273 Celsius, 0 Kelvin. So this ice canopy might itself have regulated the temperature of the atmosphere. If it was 10 miles up and was minus 459, that might translate to 70 degrees at the surface. But again, that's a minor problem compared to the atheist problem of everything, the whole Earth coming from a dot smaller than a proton.
Right.
Of course.
Amen. Well said. Those are the two
Yeah.
main objections that I've seen, and I think you addressed them thoroughly. So very good, Kent. We did hit the hour mark. I think the next one we should do will be the flood, and then we can ask you some flood-related questions. We'll make this an entire
the
series
flood.
of roughly hour.
God, don't make me cover it. Don't make
Yeah,
me
no, you're
cover it.
locked in now, buddy. You're with me all. I'm not on this roller coaster alone. You're on this roller coaster with me. So, Donnie, when you get that one out, look, I can't promise that, Donnie. Like you're in a chat with like geologists. Of course, they're gonna say
Yeah.
if you're wrong. Like seriously.
Yeah, Donnie, a while ago, did a stream with Beamsy here about that carbon-14 in diamonds. I know the source for that. The source is BS. I'm sorry, but it is.
Dun, dun.
We went into great details and exactly explaining every part of that paper, and that was painful.
Yeah. Like, Snelling is not a good source. He is literally paid to lie. And it is blatantly obvious when he does.
Well, it's interesting that Snelling has all these papers with sort of old Earth geology and things like that, and radiometrics in, and then he switched from old Earth. And I'm not saying people can't change their mind or be convinced by the evidence, but it was a fairly rapid switch. I don't trust Snelling on his, like, I don't know whether he's doing it intentionally or not, but I don't trust him on his sources because he's been so wrong about things in the past.
Yeah, and just like everything I've seen from him is just he's about as bad as Steve Austin, honestly, and just purposefully doing things wrong
The
or
wrestler?
purposefully misrepresenting things.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, the wrestler.
The creationist.
Okay. Yeah, buddy.
Hour-long videos, and then in the future, Matt and I can condense them into a DVD set. So, Kent, excellent job tonight, my brother. Any final words or final thoughts before we let you go get ready for your nightly Bible study?
Well, more important than having all the scientific facts and everything about the creation is where you go when you die. You can be right on everything and know all about science and creation and still die and go to hell. So I'd say, are you going to heaven? Jesus did all this, created everything, and he wants you to come to heaven. So if almost 55 years ago now, I prayed and said, Lord, I'm a sinner. Would you please save me? And boy, he did. And he's still working on me, but he's inside. I'd encourage everybody, make sure you're going to heaven. That's more important than getting all the science facts out. Okay?
Amen. Nothing more important than where are you.
Thanks for the threat, Kent. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
so much.
Yeah. I find it laughable that you're doing a science show and you're basically, where are you going when you die? Here's geology. Here's this. And don't forget, it's more important that any of the stuff I've just said is where are you going when you die. It's just. Do you have any science to back that one up, Ken? Nope.
Eternity. So great final words, Kent. Matt and I, we're going to let you
All right,
get
I'm
ready
good.
for your Bible study, and we'll
Thank
talk
you,
soon. God bless. Okay, Matt, we will just spend a couple minutes summarizing here. And okay, I think that was an excellent first. I'm just trying to find, there we go, a 2-person template. So that was an excellent first video or seminar in our new series here. What is the evidence for young Earth creation? Kent did an excellent job as always. I appreciate the visuals, the thorough answers, and I also like the way that he breaks down these technical topics and questions in an easy to understand way for people. So, and that's what we want to do for our audience, is we want to give people shorter videos on comprehensive topics. And so they can share it around to their family, their friends, make it as a go-to video for these topics. So the next one we'll do is the flood with Kent. And then we'll do one on lies in the textbook. So we'll probably have to do a couple on lies in the textbooks. And so that'll cover the evidence for evolution. And it'll probably be a roughly five-part series. Maybe we'll do an episode 5 strictly on answering questions and challenges that people have pertaining to the issue. So I made a couple notes, Matt. I'd be curious as to your thoughts. Kent mentioned the fact that carbon decays so quickly, so rapidly, that if every single atom in the universe were made of carbon, it would all literally decay within 1 million years. But yet we find T14 specifically in
Here, just
samples
wait.
all throughout the so-called geologic column rock strata, whether it's coal, whether...
Okay, there we go. Okay, so Donnie, you seem to be a little confused on this. So, with carbon-14, if there was no mechanism to rejuvenate it, would be all gone within about 60,000 years, functionally. However, there is a mechanism to rejuvenate it that we can test and is constantly working. Carbon-14 is constantly being generated in the upper atmosphere of Earth. Constantly.
And there are also things within the Earth's crust itself that can create carbon-14, not just cosmic rays.
It happens from nitrogen, doesn't it?
From nitrogen to carbon, yes, with the interaction of high energy effects. Cosmic rays is one way. The high concentration of radioactive material is another.
Okay. So there are processes for rejuvenating carbon-14 from nitrogen. What is it? Nitrogen
14.
Is it from nitrogen-14? I thought it decayed
Yes.
into nitrogen-14.
Yes.
It does both.
Oh, it does both. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, it comes from nitrogen-14 and eventually decays back into it.
It's because it's bombarded by energy, and the energy and the electrons then bond with it, and that's where it goes from nitrogen to carbon, and then back again.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, like, even with that said, when it is found in the Earth's crust, usually found in extremely low concentrations. Like, it is a trace of a trace element. And it's just, it's not evidence for a young Earth. It is not. Like, and not just because it can be created by the methods B&Z and I have talked about. It can also just be carried in groundwater. It does it super easily. And groundwater actually goes pretty freaking deep. Like miles underground deep.
It's diamonds, for example, diamonds, they're claimed to be billions of years old. And they're the hardest substance on the planet. And so they should be the most resistant to contamination. They're shielded from the cosmic ray bombardment that's taking place in the atmosphere. And so when we examine or analyze diamonds, there should be no carbon-14 present at all in these samples. And guess what, Matt? We've analyzed them repeatedly, and there are measurable amounts of carbon-14 in them.
If you really want to be a jackass and show carbon-14 in diamonds, use blue diamonds. But the reason why you'll never have a 0 registered of any diamond you test through any form of carbon dating, simply because of the way it works. There will always be a not 0 result.
Now that said, it's a lot closer to 0 than what we normally measure. By, what is it, like 5 or 6 orders of magnitude?
Yeah.
Meaning it is functionally 0. So most of what you're going to get in there is either contamination, either from someone touching it or from the air touching the sample, air entering the machine when you open the machine to put the sample in, or something similar. there's always going to be a tiny measure of contamination.
One aspect of it can also be that if you use nitrogen to purge the system of oxygen, you're hitting it with a high energy laser, and that can actually produce a carbon-14 residue onto it.
Oh, okay. So that can actually cause the nuclear reaction. Okay.
It's not a nuclear reaction. It is a
Chemical
nuclear
reaction, yeah.
no, it is it is nuclear synthesis. But
Mhm.
yeah, I think it is easy to explain as a nuclear reaction.
But maybe to use an analogy that would be close to Donnie's heart, because car salesman. Imagine you're trying to sell a car that weighs 5,000 pounds. And you put it on the scale to show that, and the scale says it weighs 5,000.02 pounds. Does it actually weigh 5,000.02 pounds? Probably not, because there's going to be a little bit of error in the scale. But it probably weighs about 5,000 pounds. So you'd say it weighs 5,000 pounds. That's what we're getting with these diamond readings, except there's nothing on the scale and we're reading 0.02 pounds.
And the other part is sometimes they don't do their due diligence and they use an area with a fissure in it. And that is a crack, sorry.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So it's contaminated from the air.
All groundwater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Which studies like the one that this bit is based on, which is, well, I'm pretty sure, Donnie, you're quoting Snelling, who was quoting a study. Studies like that are done to determine contamination levels and learn how to account for them, because we can account for them.
As I showed you, the one that they did for calibration, they did 6 different diamonds from 12 into 12 different samples, and they also did blanks in there to get an actual reading of it. And the diamonds and the blanks got very similar readings.
Yep.
There was nothing in the machine.
Nothing in it, still registered. So, yeah, please stop using this as an argument. We're on different sides of the aisle, but for your
Do
own
you think
credibility,
Kent's going to stop
please
using
stop.
this as an argument? Has he stopped using any argument as an argument? Like, seriously, come on now.
Well,
I'm
appealing to Donnie with the hope that
okay.
he can get better in his arguments. I have no hope of changing Kent's mind.
I wouldn't.
Nobody does, not even the IRS.
Yeah, definitely the argument that triggers me the most is the one where, multiple layers can be laid down. Yes, but they need to cement, don't they? How long does lithification take on sedimentary rock?
All right, let's go.
I mean, pretty variable. I mean, like, what's the cementation agent? Are we talking silica? Are we talking carbonate? Are we talking mud?
Yes, but that's what I mean, because of the very times of it. If you average it out, you get probably about 350 odd years for average.
I've got to go pretty soon. Can we continue? Because I've it's been 4 hours and I got to go. I've got a bit of time. I just don't have a whole heap.
Let us try braving the 2 times speed.
No, that's way too fast. No, don't do 2 times.
Oh,
don't do 2 times. That's way too fast. No.
Oh. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Deep Six. Thank you.
And this provides, in my opinion, irrefutable evidence against an Earth that is supposedly billions of years old, because the C14 found in these diamonds, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, shouldn't that be intrinsic to the diamonds themselves?
Right. When we're looking for pretty much carbon in anything, the first thing they want to do is say, well, it's contaminated. But that's the thing about diamonds is it's not contaminated, because if anything, it has trouble escaping the diamond, which the critic tries to say, well, that's why it's still there, because it leaches out slowly. But the problem with that is when the pressure increases and the heat increases, it leaches out quicker. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. How are the diamonds created? With heat and pressure. What are they doing down there? There's not much carbon. So what's the carbon doing there? So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think one of the biggest problems with that the critic doesn't really consider is what Kent was saying. You walked into a room, you see a candle burning. When did it start? Well, now I always say we can see these things now from the Proton 21 laboratories in Ukraine. And when they react and they create these radioactive elements, do they form as though they would have existed hundreds of millions or billions of years ago, like they say these things are? And they don't. They create them in the same ratios and proportions that they are on Earth today. So I think that's the death blow to all radiometric dating dates. So that's my take on it.
I believe I've explained the Z-pinch method that they've gone through a couple of times. Mark hasn't got much time, so I won't go into depth of it. But that just adds a further heat problem to it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just
if you're interested
Also-
in finding out what he's referring to in the Ukrainian laboratory, you look up something called Z-pinch method in nuclear radiation. It shows how they are trying to break down radioactive waste.
Mhm. And also just like Matt, what if something always is created with a parent-daughter ratio of 1 to 0 every time it's made? Ah,
Amen. Well said. Great points. The evolutionists, they claim to love science. They claim to have engaged with the data. And yet, as you pointed out, they're rescue devices to this
claim to
reality
love
of
science.
finding C14, detectable levels of C14 all throughout the rock strata have been
And then you
addressed when it comes
reject
to
everything you
contamination.
don't
you
agree
mentioned.
with.
The laboratory applies extremely strict pre-treatment
What?
protocols that involves harsh washings. That is repeated harsh washings in strong acids to the point where these acids, Matt, would literally dissolve anything. And these samples are hit with multiple treatments that ensure only carbon intrinsic to the sample ends up being in the instrument to be measured. And so these samples can't be contaminated. They're not contaminated from the atmosphere either. And these samples of coal, fossils, including fossilized wood, and diamonds all have detectable levels of radiocarbon in them. And so what are the critics left with, Matt, on this issue? How do they address it?
Well, they always have some type of rescue device. What I would imagine that the critic would say towards us being young earth creationists is how come carbon.
A
Okay,
rescue
real
device,
quick.
like an ice canopy, maybe? Like that kind of rescue device? Ice canopy? You mean that kind of rescue? Seriously? Seriously. The projection is strong.
just a little bit. And just
Yeah.
real quick, you know what coal's good at? One, it lets water through pretty easily, so groundwater contamination. Well, depending on the grade of coal. And two, coal is actually pretty radioactive most of the time, which, as Beamsy's just gone over, can generate carbon-14. And you know what plants have a lot of in their tissues? Nitrogen.
Nitrogen, yeah.
Carbon dating does give dates older than 6,000 years old then.
Right.
And we could answer that with the mere fact that, well, we say that God created the heavens and the earth, and in those 6 days he created earth to be inhabited. We know that when we look back into the past, we find that things were bigger. There was more carbon in the atmosphere, more oxygen. We find that there was more of those things. That's why even plants grew larger. So then we have a global flood. Well, what happens during a flood is we have worldwide volcanism. What do volcanoes produce? Lots and lots of carbon, a lot more than natural. So the uniformitarianism says, oh, well, how things are today is how they are in the past. Well, not if there was a catastrophic event. They believe in catastrophe. They just don't like to admit it. They believe that an asteroid destroyed the dinosaurs. We just believe that it was a global flood that did it. Ours would pump massive amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, increasing the amount of carbon that we see in things, giving older dates.
The dinosaurs weren't destroyed.
The other thing is, have you heard about the year without summer? This was back in the 1880s.
Yep. Same year as Frankenstein.
Yeah, well, it was the reason Frankenstein was written, but what was the main thing that went in the atmosphere that did that cooling effect?
Was it carbon or
Sulfur.
CO2?
Sulfur.
Yeah, one of them.
What's much more dangerous in the air?
Sulfur.
Sulfur.
Acid rain.
Yeah. The surface of Earth has not been properly scoured by acid, let's say.
Yeah, we're talking. Yes, they'd have their flood of sulfuric acid.
Hmm. Yeah, that would kill everything and eat Noah's boat. Although I will say volcanoes do often put out carbon dioxide, particularly if the magma's been going through carbonate rocks. Those can actually pump out a lot of CO2, as far as I know.
Yeah, it does produce a lot of CO2. But one of the major aspects of it is the pumice and the sulfur dioxide that it's ejected. The amount of carbon is minuscule towards what it does. Well, in danger wise.
Is the sulfur ejecta part of why volcanic rock is usually, or volcanic soils are usually very good for growing plants?
Yes, because it's ejected as a compound, not just as a pure sulfur. The only
Okay.
place you'll find pure sulfur is usually around vents.
Right.
Because it's
So-
venting sulfur dioxide. That's why you don't want to breathe around them.
Yeah, just turn all the water in your lungs into sulfuric acid.
Basically, the further we go back to, let's say, the flood, the older ages you're going to get than the true ages, right? And
Yeah,
so,
we would start having a problem probably around 4,000 years and back, because remember, it started the ice age. So
Right.
we have lots of carbon in the atmosphere worldwide, blocking out the sun, starting the ice age, and then after that, carbon starts to neutralize, come back down and hits equilibrium, and then we get what we can date and becomes more accurate.
So if you were to dig something up that was buried in the flood,
Wait, did he just say carbon in the atmosphere cools down the Earth?
I don't know. That's so weird.
Like the
Why
no.
would carbon in the atmosphere? That would contribute to warming.
Oh wait, does Matt not like global warming?
Maybe.
Oh, I bet he doesn't think global warming's a thing.
Oh, I bet none of them do. That's the thing. Like, I bet none of them sort of. This is what I mean. Like, any science that sort of disagrees with them, they sort of chuck it out the window.
The other part is, how would the carbon dioxide that's released by the volcanoes get into the systems of the plants and animals that they want to date?
I mean, through the atmosphere, right?
Ice canopy.
But apparently, this was during the flood, so they're already dead. Now,
Yeah.
that's the problem. How would they actually get into the system of the dead plants and animals? The other part is, what wouldn't it just come up like the reservoir effect?
Perhaps.
Yeah, we can see the reservoir effect, so we know what something like that would look like.
Are you saying we learn the problems in a science and learn how to account for them?
Yes,
Crazy talk.
don't date snails at the bottom of a river.
Right. And I understand that reference is because they take sort of calcium carbonate in through their shells, and so it will be thrown off vastly because of the shell formation, correct?
Yes, it's referred to as a reservoir effect. You get things
Right.
like top tier predators. You
Mhm.
get anything that really forages off of decaying matter. The carbon they're getting has already been through 4, 5, 6, or many organisms. So it could have already have been dated 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years since it was growing in a plant.
Can't you still use like snail shells? Can't you still use like a thorium lead dating?
Yeah, but we were talking exclusively about the carbon dating and the
carbon
reservoir
dating.
effect.
Yeah, right. Just I could have sworn I'd heard something about that before. Like you can date them, just don't use carbon dating.
Yeah, the reservoir effect of any top tier predator or anything that is in areas that has very, very low vegetations, those are very, very bad for carbon dating.
I'd say. Well, gonna
and then dated it, you would get something like 50,000 years rather than 5,000 years.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. Much higher levels because it was around during that time. So if we were to find Noah's Ark, I would imagine that it itself would carbon date all over the place. It would be drastically different because it literally survived the flood, where it was made pre-flood as well. So then it went through that and was around volcanism. And then it wasn't buried. So what happened to it? It just lay there on the surface, got reused, corroded, got buried. We don't know.
Yeah. So basically, the further we go back, the more carbon dating would need to be calibrated. Since
Right.
the flood, as you're pointing out, would have changed a lot. It buries all the carbon in the environment. The C14 has been increasing in the atmosphere, most likely since creation. We know the magnetic field is decaying. Kat talked about that. It's decaying consistently, which limits the age of the
it's
Earth.
fluctuating.
And that means it was a lot stronger in the past, which would disrupt or change cosmic ray bombardment in the atmosphere.
That's right.
And so the point is, or the question I should ask you, rather than being an enemy of young Earth creation, Matt, carbon dating is a friend.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we find it
You
in
don't
dinosaur bones.
believe in it?
Why would dinosaur bones have carbon
Right.
inside of them as well? All right. These things are supposed to be the last existing dinosaur around 65 million
They're
years.
trying to say,
What are they
hey,
doing
it doesn't
with-
work. It's all hokum. It's a nonsense thing. It doesn't predict ages, but it does help us in the way that it predicts ages correctly.
How do they think we confirm like the date of like the age of biblical artifacts? What if it's carbon dating? Because
50,000 year maximum radioactive elements inside of them. They have to say contamination, but yet again, that's a rescue device. We find that they are now calibrating for that and saying, well, there's no contamination anymore. So it's just rescue device after rescue device. You know, that the thing is they need to take out of their mind is, what if it's not uniformitarianism? Can we add catastrophism and still get these same results? And you just do. I mean, we can easily account for the ice core layers. Think about what ice does as well, right? It floats as well. You get glaciers, and these things they can form quickly. They can also melt quickly. So we have different fluctuations of sea levels. There's so many different factors to take into play.
And that's why you wrote a book, The Rescue Device Handbook, right?
yeah, that was removed by.
that's got to be awful. Matt's a terrible writer.
So if witches float and ice floats, if witches are the same weight as the ice
Okay.
canopy, that means we can burn it.
So does that mean that
What else
witches are
floats?
minerals?
A duck. Yeah, he gets it. Doc gets it.
Sorry, I had
I'm
to
glad
at least
somebody
add
did.
one I had to at least add one Monty Python reference in there.
Nice.
Oh dear. Oh right. So Beamsy, whenever one of us, actually gets a debate channel up and running, is ice a mineral? You down to debate that?
No, it's not. It's a crystal.
But minerals are usually crystalline.
The argument is ice a rock, not a mineral.
I've heard it's a mineral.
That's a separate one. I actually am in the band that it's a mineral because it can be a crystal.
Oh, well, I guess there we go. Debate
I'm in-
over. That was easy.
But I'm in also the band of it's not a rock.
Well, yeah, because rocks aren't minerals. Rocks are composed of minerals.
Yeah, but there are other people that think it is a rock, and that's where it gets.
So, wait, if ice is a mineral and rocks are made of minerals and mountains are made of rocks, does that mean that glaciers are mountains?
I hate you.
I mean, they're just slow motion landslides or debris flows. I feel him judging me through the computer.
No, that's just the cat
By the
glaring.
way,
at you.
Amazon must have got it petitioned a little too much on that one, by the way. That
Right,
one is taken out.
The critics don't like when we call out the rescue devices.
No, they do not like that. But it is what it is, and we call things like they are because we're standing for truth. So if you don't want it to be, if you don't want us to say those terms, then come up with another term for us to use, because that really is all that they are. When you don't have evidence for something, you just make it up and just say it. That's not evidence.
It's post hoc ad hoc. Rather, they're retrofitting the data into their model rather than coming to the more plausible conclusion based on the data. Like they have claimed.
The projection
Dr.
is
Hugh
real.
Ross versus Dr. Jason Lyle. His main argument to this, and Dr. Lyle demolished it, was, well, there's other nuclear material down where the diamonds are, deep within the earth, that can essentially recharge the C14. But the problem is, for the old earther, the rate team, made up of PhD scientists, they looked into this argument, and they estimated that you would need thousands, about 13,000 times more nuclear material in the nearby rocks to these diamonds in order to adequately recharge the C14. And so that's far too much material to recharge. It's unrealistic. Deep down in the earth, we know these cosmic rays cannot reach deep within the earth, and so the C14 would just decay away. And so the point is, their best rescue mechanisms on this issue, Matt, they've been looked at, they've been examined, and they've been systematically demolished. This is a challenge they've yet to answer.
Right. And I believe that we can answer it because you see, when you look at these, let's say zircon crystals, right? They're the perfect example because they say and claim that they're the oldest element that we can find on Earth to radiometrically date. Well, okay, yes, they contain uranium, which is very, very old according to evolution.
They are some of the oldest crystals.
Not the oldest elements.
Right.
What's
the
but they
oldest?
also contain things that are very
Uranium,
young.
right?
Helium would be a perfect example.
I mean, wouldn't the oldest element be hydrogen?
Hydrogen, yeah. But I mean, the oldest formed ones, right? The heavy elements.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong.
What's helium still doing them? And argon. These are gases that naturally escape. So we have things inside of them that are young, but at the same time, they're giving old dates. So you can't have, again, your cake and eat it too. You have to be able to answer both of them. We can, because again, when we go back to the proton laboratories in Ukraine and they make radioactive elements, they form more daughter isotope than parent isotopes. But these daughter isotopes decay rather fast. So when they're decaying rapidly, what's being formed? Helium, argon. So you have these things that are right here and they're trapped and they have young dates to them. And we can explain that. The evolutionists cannot. That's why they invoke contamination, or that something else caused it to happen. They don't, of course. Young Earth creationists would have to invoke most of the time accelerated nuclear decay. We don't have to now, but that is one of the answers of why there's so much helium and argon in them from during the flood.
Right. Well,
Doesn't
that's an
solve the
excellent
hate
point you brought up,
problem.
Matt. If
Doesn't solve the heat problem. Donnie, are you still there? When are you publishing those calculations on the heat problem, mate? We've been waiting for ages for them, and we've not seen them.
Mm-hmm.
Who
Submit
knows?
them for peer review. We will be nice by the standards of peer review.
Speak for yourself.
I'd settle for them just putting them on the channel so some physicists can have a look at them and see if they carry any weight. But you know, I don't think they're coming. I'm sorry. I'm sick of the yearning. I'm sick of the yearning.
I'm trying to understand the point that Matt was trying to make, that they find gases in zircons.
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, we know if they fracture, right, that can be corrupted. Like, it can be contaminated with gases, but I don't know. Zircons don't form with argon in them.
They actually can form with air pockets in it, which isn't part of the zircon.
Just all I heard was like a flood of gibberish that I think maybe made sense in his head.
I can't make any heads or tails what he was talking about, because he was talking about gases, how things decay, how they can escape, but he was talking about zircons that are formed, which...
He seems to be making an argument that contamination doesn't happen. That seems to be the argument that he's making, because he's sort of saying, hey, we can explain this, and they have to come up with this thing of contamination happens, dude. Get over it. Seriously. It happens.
There's a reason why we examine it under a microscope. Yeah. There's a big reason why most labs have a microscope.
I mean, I thought it was standard.
Yeah, they're not just a decorative piece of ornament.
Nah, you guys don't actually use them. You just have them in the background so you look all professional and stuff.
I mean, you do get to see pretty shinies through them.
I still think the pretty shinies are definitely shock quartz.
They are pretty. What is the gayest mineral?
Ooh.
Rose quartz.
Under a microscope.
Oh, okay. Bismuth? That's pretty rainbowy.
I don't think you'd even see the color, honestly.
There is one I know about, which is a carbonate.
I'm thinking of a carbonate too.
Gay lust.
What was that?
Gay lust.
Gay lust?
Yeah. Sorry, gay lust.
Well, do not Google that. Just saying.
I better give the spelling. GAYLUSSITE.
Galicite?
Yeah.
I was just thinking a calcite.
For a second there, I thought that Pornhub was a geologic institution. I don't know why. Great. Now my browser history is going to have
And I was just thinking a calcite because it's automatically rainbow colored. But okay. Though
It really depends
dolomite
on.
does look pretty too.
Mhm.
These crystals, these zircon crystals you're talking about, really were 1 billion or more years old. Most of that helium, being such a slippery molecule, right, as you're saying,
Yes.
should have escaped, should have slipped out.
Right.
But if these crystals only go back thousands of years, then most of the helium should still be present. And from my understanding, these are predictions made before the analyses came through on these crystals. And when the data was received, they discovered helium in quantities that are fully in line with young Earth creation or rapid nuclear decay, if you're a creationist that holds to that model.
That's right. And the cool thing about that too is that was discovered and published in the secular journals. It wasn't some young Earth creationist that was like, oh, we're going to go do our own studies and find these things. It was published already. So that's the amazing thing about it. And so
Right.
the young Earth creationists tried to explain it, and they said it must have happened probably in the biblical year of the flood, where accelerated nuclear decay was very high. And you and I, of course, now we just go, well, no, it doesn't have to be accelerated nuclear decay in 1 year. We can actually witness this through experimental things where we watch these radioactive elements form in a very proportional manner to how they exist today. So if that's the case, you can't get hundreds of millions of years, or let alone billion. So that's the real killer right there for radiometric dating.
How do you know Matt doesn't know what he's talking about?
his mouth is moving.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah.
And
If his mouth is open.
And again, in the solid lattice, the helium would still be there. It's expected. The only way that it would actually escape is if there becomes a fracture or a fissure within the zircon itself.
Which we can see.
Hmm. Oh, look.
And this
there's a
goes back to
completely-
the radiocarbon in diamonds too.
Sorry.
Never mind. It wasn't important.
Because since the rate results, these results were confirmed in, from my understanding, the UC Riverside Radiocarbon Lab. Dr. Andrew Snelling gave a lecture on this, and he talks about how 8 diamonds yielded radiocarbon ages from 64,000 years, roughly, to 80,000.
The rate
ninth
project didn't fix the heat problem. The rate project basically said, yeah, we don't know how to get around the heat problem. Something in the future we'll find out.
And also, Donnie, you're citing Snelling directly. I know it's where you got this from.
Yeah.
It was taken and cut into 6
I have the receipts. They're on my channel.
equal fragments and yielded radiocarbon ages from 69,400 years to 70,600 years. And so the carbon-14 was evenly distributed and intrinsic to the diamond. It's not due to contamination. The results have been confirmed by secular scientists. And so critics that argue...
Oh, you have a membership, Mark.
Oh, thank you so much, Robin. Who got hit? Who's the victim? Who's Robin's next victim? And it's Titan Uranus. There you
wasn't
go,
already
Robin.
a member.
Yeah.
Oh.
I bet Titan used their superpowers to get that somehow. I'm suspicious now. Anyway, thank you so much, Robin.
Against these results or deny these results, Matt, they're just out of date on the data. They're out of date on the literature, my brother.
That's right. And, what do they do to resolve this?
Hang on. You just brought a guy on who had studies reaching back to 76, and like the most modern one was like 85. And you say we're out of date on the literature. Are you serious?
Donnie.
Wow.
Donnie. Who do you think writes the literature?
Well, the problem is that they basically sort of cherry pick from the literature, take what they want to take, and then ignore the conclusions of the people who actually wrote the paper, and just ignore that. So, you know, that's what they do. It's what they always do.
But it's just funny, you know. We're behind on the literature. Which side actually publishes repeatable, like, results and methods? Ugh.
They just keep pushing things back and being older and saying, well, we'll figure out the answer one day. And, you know, time's not saving them in these things. It's just prolonging their slow death as a model and a theory.
Right. And so the last thing I'll say, this has been an excellent show. I'm looking forward to part 2. And I think this has been a good summary. We've also elaborated on a few things, refuted some of the critics' main objections to what we're saying, and they don't withstand scrutiny. We haven't even focused on the biological and genetic data that we specialize in, that also confirms a young Earth. Mutation accumulation, the fact that there's too few DNA differences in the mitochondrial DNA, too few DNA differences in the Y chromosome. You know, if we go back thousands of years, let's just say out of Africa 200,000 years ago, we should find a lot more DNA diversity, a lot more mutations should have accumulated. And the fact that the mutation rate is so high, most mutations are deleterious. This puts shelf lives on genomes. And so if species cannot persist for millions of years into the future, Matt, what does that mean about the past? Well, they could not have persisted for millions of years into the past. And this also sets an age limit on the Earth.
So we've got a shelf life on genomes, but we're supposed to show you a tree billions of years old. Or millions of years old.
And also,
how does that work?
One, Donnie, you're wrong. 2, you're wrong. 3, we have about 4.6 billion years worth of rock solid evidence you have to contend with. You haven't.
And genetic entropy is not a thing, Donnie. It's just not. Like what you describe as sort of genetic entropy, it just doesn't exist. No serious person in the field agrees with you. It's just Stanford. That's all. Again, it's like these cherry-picked people that the Creationist Institute puts in there. And if you saw earlier when I read out the goal of these think tanks, their goal is to basically start with the presupposition that the Bible is inerrant and correct, and then find the evidence to fit that. And that's exactly what you guys are doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
The most painful part is he switches between pedigree rates of mutation to population rates of mutation.
Correct.
Yes, one is very, very high. It's in the hundreds. But the population rate is measured in 1, maybe 2 every few generations.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're all mutated freaks if we look at our pedigree rate of mutation. But if you look across the population, we don't mutate that much because mutations
it's
need
hard
to stick.
Spread. Like the larger the population, the larger the interbreeding population, the harder it is for a mutation to spread throughout the population. And the current human interbreeding population is 8 billion. So, yeah, it's just honestly, I think we can probably call it there.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to really say anything interesting that won't add like 15 minutes.
Stanford,
if you gotta go, Mark.
It's not Stanford, it's Stanford. Yeah, I do gotta go. But like, it's just the level of projection of, well, we've got the studies, we've got all of this. It's not. No, you don't. The idea that geology is falling away for catastrophism. Like the problem is that people believe this. I ran into somebody who's like, who told me like, sort of, I said like geology thinks this, and they're like, oh no, it thinks that there was a flood. And I'm like, no, catastrophism hasn't been mainstream science for ages. And it's like, oh, well, you're obviously not up to date. And it's like, you actually believe this, that the mainstream science, like you could say, hey, mainstream science is wrong. But for you to actually believe that the consensus among geologists is catastrophism, that there was a flood, is, I'm really sorry to say it, but it's verging on deluded.
There have been many, many floods. Just none on the
But
scale
I mean,
that
catastrophism's a specific thing. It's the global flood model.
Yeah.
So, but that's the problem I have, that people are believing that catastrophism's just about to take over. It's gone from my head. Sorry, I can't remember the word for it.
I've never been able to get anyone to back up that statement of there was a worldwide flood when you show them exactly what a catastrophic flood looks like by presenting the Scablands.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Well, we
what
did
the
have
entire,
a catastrophic flood. Yeah.
that's what the entire world would look like. There would be huge gouging gullies and topsoils ripped out of most of the lowlands, and there will be varves everywhere. No, we don't see that.
We don't, especially not over the entire world. And to have sort of say, hey, you guys are using rescue devices, and they are literally pulling out an ice canopy, a snow globe around the entire Earth from literally nowhere, with nothing to back it up whatsoever, except the need to have an explanation for the heat problem.
Which doesn't explain it.
Which doesn't explain it, and possibly under the circumstances, as Beamsy said, with friction and potential energy, makes it worse. So yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Doc. This is your stream. It's over to you, but I'm gonna wrap up.
I think last thing I will say is just to the audience at large. We mentioned her before. Gutsit Gibbon does fantastic refutations of a lot of Donnie's stuff and Kent's stuff. Honestly, if you haven't heard of her, go check her out. She is fabulous.
Yeah, she's an
thank you for joining us.
anthropopaleontologist, I think. So she studies hominids, hominid fossils.
Bioanthropologist,
bioanthropologist. Thank you. So she basically studies how humans evolved and how we came about, and just a whole lot of other stuff. So I'll just throw in my chat Gutsit Gibbons URL. But thank you so much for having me on. I do apologize I got to dash, but be kind to each other and to yourself. What do you got coming up? I feel like I'm the host. Why am I acting like the host? You take it.
Well, I'm currently working on a review of Walking with Dinosaurs from a modern science lens, and hoping it'll be okay. Having a few audio issues.
Yeah, I was just going to ask,
hopefully
is that the
I get
old
it sorted
one?
out.
That's from like the sort of 2010s kind of thing, isn't it? It's from like 10 years ago.
1999.
Really, 20 years ago. Wow. All right. That's good. That's awesome.
One of the most influential dino docs of all time. So I'm happy to take a crack at it.
Yeah.
So Doc Dino. So Doc Dino is going to look at the Dino doc.
My current working title is DDWDD. Dino Docs with Doc Dino.
Wow. Okay. That's actually quite good. I like it.
Oh, well. We'll let Mark go. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
All right.
Have
Thanks
a good
so
one.
much, everybody.